All right. Good morning, Corporation / Redistricting Committee. Welcome to our December 1st meeting. First order of business will be to call the roll. Ms. Talbot or Ms. Creech?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. This is roll call for December 1st. Senator Boner, Senator Case, Senator Nethercott, Senator Scott, Representative Blackburn, Representative Clausen, Representative Duncan,
Here.
Representative Ayer, Representative Greer,
Here.
Representative McGuire, Representative Roscoe,
Here.
Representative Yin,
Here.
Co-Chairman Driscoll,
Here.
Co-Chairman Zwanzer,
Here.
all present.
All right, committee, we're going to save approval of the minutes from our last corporations meeting until tomorrow, as today is solely dedicated to redistricting. You should have gotten a fourth revised meeting material notice yesterday evening, both for this meeting and for our corporations committee meeting tomorrow. As you can see from the agenda, the plan for the morning, we'll go through the existing 10 regions, get an update on where all their plans are. As part of that, the ones that are by county, we'll invite public comment from that county or people wishing to discuss that county's plan. After we get through each of those regions, I know other legislators have plans they would like to submit and discuss that we can certainly question. And I'm optimistic we get that done before lunch. At that point, that'll give the committee, I guess, a lunch hour to think about plans and strategies and where we might go for the afternoon. And then we'll take some more public comment this afternoon, look at a couple of statewide plan options on how each of the regional plans can fit into that. And my hope by the end of the day is we at least have the statewide edges of the puzzle and a map that's our rough draft we can move forward with. I think in discussions with my co-chairman, other members, we will likely have at least one more meeting, if not two. But leaving this meeting, we want to move forward with a statewide plan of how many people from each county are going to be represented in another county and how the major puzzle pieces laid out. So with that, anybody have any other orders of business to start with before we jump right into our agenda? Opening comments. Seeing none. Anything from LSO, updates in the redistricting world? Other states are all going through the same pain we are right now. Some have already been sued and they don't even have a plan. So we're doing better than a lot of states, it looks like, when I see the lay of the land. With that, Mr. Swank's going to run the visuals for Zoom today for the members of the public who aren't with us in person to be able to follow along on some of our plans. Let's jump right into Region 1, Laramie County. If that works for everyone. And so obviously I'm from Laramie County, as is Senator Nethercott and Representative Blackburn on this committee. I'm pleased to walk through the plans if that works, that our county has worked on. And so you'll see on the website committee, if you're on the legislative homepage, I think everybody has that tab 4 on the redistricting page. There are officially now 4 submittals from Laramie County. There they are. And so you can see that there's a clerk sponsored plan, one plan that I would like to say that I think is the best plan. That's about 10.75 House reps in Laramie County. And then we have submitted submittal 3 and submittal 4, which both call for 11 House seats in Laramie County. So you'll remember the plan we're working on right now called for only 10 seats in Laramie County, and all 10 of those House districts being drawn about 4.8% above the deviation. I don't think we've made any qualms that the legislators and constituents of Laramie County do not agree with holding us to 10. And you'll see, I guess, here's some evidence and some conversation about why we deserve 11. But let me walk through the plans with you real fast. If you want to hit submittal 1. So again, this is from the county clerks that if we continue to keep 10 legislators in Laramie County, most of the growth, if Mr. Swank would zoom in kind of where the yellow hits the middle of Cheyenne, just so we're on the same page of where Laramie County is, a lot of the growth in our county has been in that general area where the mouse is. In our county, we've grown about 8,600 people since the last census, which makes us believe we're deserving of an 11th House rep. And so this plan submitted by the clerks, I'm making sure I'm being fair because my county clerk's in the back of the room, tries to do, I think, the least amount of line moving and disruption for the current 10 House districts in Laramie County. And so that plan is for your perusal. And certainly if you have any questions on that plan, our county clerk or GIS coordinator from Laramie County, and certainly the three of us from Laramie County would be happy to answer any questions on the clerk plan. Moving on to the second plan. This would be, I think, at least my preferred, I'll speak for myself on the committee, preferred plan for Laramie County. You will see that this plan incorporates Goshen County in with Laramie County to find another roughly, it would be between 1,500 to 2,500 residents of Goshen County being partnered with Laramie County. Again, all of our growth tends to be on the east side of Cheyenne. I shouldn't say all, but the majority. And so if we're looking at where our 11th district would be in this scenario, we've tried to draw about 10.75 House seats. And so our newest district would be that yellow area, east, north, and south of Cheyenne, which I basically call the Ranchette district. So these would be the people who primarily work in Cheyenne, but all live on 2, 5, 10, 15, 20 acre parcels, north, east, and south of the city. And so it keeps the municipal boundary generally intact. And then why I hope that this plan is more favorable to our colleagues. If you zoom out, that yellow shape is really the zip code line of A207 and A201. And so what we've tried to do is the orange color, all of those people have an address in Burns, Hillsdale, Carpenter. And so we believe that Eastern Laramie County certainly aligns best with Goshen County, Southern Goshen. Right now, House District 10 does go into Goshen County. You can see the current line, I think we all know, that goes up to the prison. So we know that line well. This plan would take, again, the medium security penitentiary east of Torrington into this extra district and take, we'd be agreeable to anything from 1,500 to 2,500 residents out of Goshen County, allowing Goshen County to share with Laramie County. And I've heard lots of concerns from Goshen County as well, that they don't want to be divided more than 2 ways. I've looked at one plan that divided them 4 ways. And I can certainly appreciate that they think they have 3,400 people over the deviation that need to go somewhere and share with another county. I don't think it's Goshen County's desire to share with Laramie County. But when we looked at Laramie County, obviously Platte is needing the extra people, and Albany County, as you'll hear, fits 4 House and 2 Senate within their borders. So from our constituency, we thought it best to continue the House District 10, going up and taking more of Goshen County out as we grew. So that's the plan we'll be talking about, I think, in Laramie County today. I do want to run through the other 2 plans, at least one of the other 2 plans quickly with you. The third option. And so we went back and said, we continue to hear, especially from 2 or 3 of our legislative colleagues in this county, that Laramie County really does deserve 11 full House seats. And that would better align with the plans of Goshen and Platte, Niobrara, and Converse that were submitted north of us and Albany. And so we would self-contain with 11 seats in Laramie County, all at like 4.85 below deviation, somewhere right around 5, and we'd have to fine tune these lines. But this is what an 11 district plan would look like, all at negative 4.9 deviation. Not dissimilar to the other plans submitted, keeping 1 District 42 basically west of I-25, and then 2 districts on the south side of Cheyenne are in both plans. And so I know at previous meetings, both at this committee and some meetings we've held in Cheyenne, and from a barrage of emails, at least Laramie County residents have gotten. I don't know if other members of the committee have been on the same email chain, but we have a group in South Cheyenne who's been very vocal and involved and committed to trying to draw 2 House seats in 1 Senate district, and what we consider kind of the historic south side of Cheyenne. And I know there's some people here to talk about that today. And so that's what a plan could look like if the legislature were to allow us to draw at negative 4.9 deviation to fit 11 total seats in Laramie County. It tries to keep communities of interest of the downtown area, south side, the areas we would call kind of Western Hills and the Point for people in Laramie County who are familiar with these areas, and really tried to keep Representative Henderson's district, Representative Brown's district pretty close to what they are currently. So that would be another submission from Laramie County. And I don't see Representative Henderson here. Is he online? Mr. Swain?
No, he said he's going to be, Mr. Chairman, he's going to be coming back for the legislator input period. So
Okay, and so there is another fourth plan submitted by Representative Henderson, which I'll let him talk about later, which is also for a full 11 in Laramie County on division lines that he thinks are better representative of communities of interest in his opinion. So I will leave it at that. Any questions from the committee on any of the Laramie County submitted plans? Senator Scott.
The county clerk's plan has all the House districts within the plus or minus 5%.
I don't want to speak for the county clerk, but yes, Senator Scott, it's my understanding that they're all, and we could certainly pull it up, they're between 4.7 to 4.92 above deviation. But they do, within that deviation range from the census numbers, all fall within a 5% deviation. Correct.
Mr. Chairman, as I work the numbers, if you look at the total population of Laramie County and divide it by the ideal per house member size, you find that Laramie County is entitled to 10.456. So slightly less than 10 and a half members. And the problem we've got is members don't come in halves.
Yep. Senator Driscoll.
Mr. Chairman, but what they've done, if you look at the maps, they're at the very bottom end. So instead of going to the median, what you've done, to pick that up, they've got enough population. They've gone to minus 5.08, minus 455, minus 514, minus 514. So they move, and we're going to see this through plans that come up through the day in order to make it work for them to get an extra rep. And we'll see it in other counties. They've gone clear to the bottom end of the range and stretched it as far as they can to make that happen.
And I believe you heard the last meeting. I know Representative Nicholas came, and the growth in Laramie County, as we've seen, is increasing faster than the growth anywhere else. And so from at least the legislators in my constituency, right, they would say, you know, if we have a choice of being 4.5% over deviation or 4.9% under, in 10 years from now, we'll easily have an 11 seat, if not a 12. Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, it's been my experience that counting on the come as to what might happen in terms of growth, I've been surprised in our county more than once. That's fact how I got into redistricting. I thought we were going to get an extra seat out of the census in 1980, which we didn't get because of growth elsewhere. And so I'm very skeptical about we're bound to use the census numbers for this apportionment to do this. And the other thing I don't understand with the 11 member plans is what does that do to your Senate representation and how do the Senate districts work? Because I just don't understand that with the 11 plans.
Senator Driscoll, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I've got a little comment on that. And the co-chairman and I have visited lots about this. And I think we both feel really strongly, and I hope the committee supports it, that we place all 60 House districts and then we worry about the nesting. Because if we start, we had a nesting plan came out last night. If we start down that path, we've added a layer of complexity that gets really difficult. And so to nest, my belief is personally, and we can vote on it or do whatever, is that we really should seat all 60 House seats and then sit down, because we've obviously got 60, it's divisible by 2, and then we can figure out the Senate districts. If not, we're going to have senators in here jockeying for House districts because of the way it falls.
Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. You know, I recognize the concern that Senator Scott, you have regarding everything working in a neat little package. Unfortunately, the distribution of our population doesn't allow for that in all circumstances. So I think it would be fair to say but the population of Laramie County currently supports, based on the census numbers, 11 representatives, which would likely require that 2 senators within Laramie County to represent 3 House or share a House district. They'd have 2.5, right? I know it wouldn't be perfect and 2 House districts match in each Senate district, but that's likely the solution there, which I don't think is, outside the norm in light of that population distribution.
Senator Scott, any other comments, questions from the committee? Senator Boner, go ahead.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want to state definitively in our discussions in Goshen County, the one consistent feedback we got is they were not interested in being paired with Laramie County at all. I think there's a residual bad feelings due to the way things happened with that gerrymandered district. I'll go ahead and say that publicly. That goes up to the prison through Goshen County. And that association with Laramie County is just stirs a lot of strong emotions even 10 years later. So I want to state that for the record that representing Region 7, which Goshen County is a part, that there's very little, if any, interest and strong opposition to being paired with Laramie County from Goshen County. And I'll just leave it at that for now.
I think this has gone rather well so far.
I think I think it's great when Converse defends Goshen County. But I do feel it was a Goshen County legislator that may have drawn that district that way. So Representative Blackburn?
Chairman. I think when we chatted last week or the week before, we talked about being able to do this extra or additional House rep without going into Goshen County. So I think we can change our past history maybe and make the Goshen County people feel nice again.
And so committee, right, as your chairman, I'm trying diligently because I know where all of your plans are and what the feedback is. And so knowing what the region above Laramie County, the Goshen, Platte, Converse, Niobrara plans are, to not have Laramie go in, that's why we have that 11 seat submission to say, well, if you're going to block us to the north and Albany is blocking us to the west, we still believe we deserve 11 and that'll be our backup plan. So,
Or we can go to +5 and have 10.
or we could, right? So there's lots of options. And that's, I think, what Laramie County has tried to present to you as our first choice would be to partner with Goshen because it is historical. And we believe that's the best community of interest with Eastern Laramie County and Southern Goshen, and tried to draw an agreeable plan that kept it as a kind of a rural Eastern Laramie County area with Southern Goshen outside of the city limits of Cheyenne. And so that was our best attempt to try to ensure good feelings and goodwill on what could work for a statewide plan. Any other members of the committee online? I know we have 3 of us joining, Representative Greer, Representative Duncan, and Representative Roscoe. I'm not sure if any of them are wanting to jump in. Raise your hand if you do. If not, we'll take any general public comment on Laramie County at this time. Anyone's here? We'll open it back up again, but is there a public? Somebody raise their hand. Let me check. Come on down, ma'am, and yeah. Oh, Representative Duncan, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to chime in. Sorry, I'm not there, as you can hear. Basically, in Goshen County, it had to do with last minute, unaware situations like that. Then historically, they felt, quite a few of them felt kind of disenfranchised. So through my conversations throughout the entire county, the overall feeling was they wanted to be represented by the rural areas wanted to be represented by a rural district within itself. And the incorporated areas wanted to stick together and stay together. So, it went both ways as far as who was to represent the rural area. So strong feelings and emotions. Some people were okay as long as it stayed out of the proper of Cheyenne. Other people were adamant that absolutely not. But the bottom line is that the map in particular that goes all the way up into South Torrington and Yoder, that one was unacceptable by most Goshen County people. So the bottom line was the incorporated needs to stay together and the rural needs to stay together because they felt like they were completely different communities of interest. So there's going to be arguments one way or the other as far as Laramie County going in or not going in, but that's what needs to be reiterated is that the rules stay rural and the incorporated stay incorporated. I guess that's what I wanted to just make sure, whether it's Platte, Laramie, whoever.
All right, welcome, ma'am. If you just state your name for the record and share anything you'd like. There's a button that says push.
Hi, my name is Susan Graham, and I am a stakeholder in this operation since I live in Laramie County, as well as House District 12, which I see from Representative Henderson. I know he hasn't presented his plan yet, but I see from his plan online that much of my House district is planned to be swallowed up, and perhaps, depending on if we stay with 10 districts, 10 representatives, and move to 11, which I have to commend Senator Scott, Chairman. I come from Natrona County, and actually I recall the 1998 redistricting, and I also recall from the special session, having been on the periphery, participating with you all, that frequently we referred to not having a magic crystal ball to look into. So I think that we should stay with the numbers that we have and not try to predict into the future. I love 10 House districts, and I prefer the county clerk's plan for redistricting and preempt Representative Henderson's plan to work with the nesting possibilities of creating 11 districts and having to encroach on and have maybe hard feelings with Albany County. Thank you. You have any questions?
Questions for Ms. Graham? Not seeing any. All right, thank you for being here this morning. Commissioner Malm.
Mr. Chairman, committee, thank you very much. Gunnar Malm, Laramie County Commissioner Chairman. Basically here today to just state that Laramie County obviously believes that we deserve 11 House districts. We believe the population, depending upon the formula you use, dictates that, and we understand that there's a lot of flux in how you can get to that number. And while I appreciate Senator Scott's comments historically on hoping or, projecting out what could potentially happen in Laramie County, I can tell you from wearing my other hat, which is real estate, that a number of these plans take into account large subdivisions that are currently being built. And they encapsulate those areas and those population growths that I'll tell you are coming. I know that it's, forecasting, but I see every day on the ground what is happening in Laramie County. Our economy is doing well. People are moving here. The cars on the streets are out-of-state cars with people looking to locate and take advantage of the life we have here in Wyoming. And I don't anticipate that slowing down anytime soon. So my fear is if we don't at least project a little bit or think a little bit outside the box about what's going to occur in Laramie County, in 10 years, we will have a much more difficult time drawing district lines because of the population and where it's grown, especially into the south. Along 85, there's 2 large subdivisions that will be coming online in that direction. And so I think this plan, how it separates those out currently, will allow for us to better address those needs in the future. And so with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. And
Questions for Commissioner Malm? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
thank you.
Commissioner. Other Laramie County comment at this time?
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Case.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to point out, because it just had mentioned that there might have been some irregularities with the Laramie County plan from the last redistricting effort. And I think the word gerrymandering was used. I'm not quite sure that's the appropriate word, but certainly there was, I want to point out to the committee that the committee had a self-contained plan that went to the floor, and that changed to bring in the prison in Torrington, that they came about from a floor amendment that occurred in the Senate. It wasn't the committee's plan. It's often reported erroneously that the committee did that last time. The committee did not. Thank you.
No, I think that's good for the committee to know that the plan that this committee ultimately sponsored a decade ago I think only had two amendments, and one was kind of a housekeeping precinct lines, and the other major amendment that we referred to was in the Senate, where all major amendments have changed the committee's plan for the last three redistrictings. And
I take exception to that one too, Mr. Chairman, because it was in the House that the Teton County situation 20 years ago happened.
wasn't Brett?
No, Larson was a participant, but it started in the House.
All right, any other Laramie County comment? Not seeing any at this time, but we'll go back. I know welcome, Senator Rothfuss, you're here. So District 2, come on down. We're joined by Senator Rothfuss and Representative Connolly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. This time I brought with me the Senate Regional 2 Director as well. Since our last meeting, we had another public meeting in Albany County that was hosted by our county clerk, Jackie Gonzalez. And thank you to Mr. Swank, who was also online. It was both done in person and Zoom. And at that meeting, if it's up at this point, we presented the map that you have before you. And that was the map that was discussed. As you know, and I'll remind you, Region 2 is wholly Albany County, goes out no further and in no further. And that is what we had used to develop our lines. And so what you'll see, and as I had mentioned last time, was that our population has grown in Albany County. However, it has shifted in different areas of the county. And so that you'll see some lines, which for some of you, right, don't seem like much at all, moving 6 blocks. But for us, we needed to move some lines over 6 blocks in order to have our districts meet the plus or minus 5%. And so what you see within the region is some pretty significant shifts of the lines for each of our 4 districts. So at that meeting, the discussion was typically about the kind of that shift of lines. Everyone agreed that Rock River, which is currently in House District 47, right, which is in the northern part of the county and our only population center, should be moved back into Albany County, which is what Region 2 has it. And that is because of the community of interest for two important reasons. Most people, right, if they commute at all to work in Rock River, they work in Laramie. But second, because we have a unified school district. And so that all of the kids in Rock River, right, either attend school in Laramie or back and forth, right? So we have a unified school district. So the discussion first was everyone agreed that Rock River should be included in Region 2. That makes absolute sense. And then it was about where do we have the lines within, honestly, the city limits. And that's shifting, whether or not the dorm should be in 14 or 13, whether, right, things along those lines. But this is the map that we landed on. I'd also like to point out that at the last meeting, I had mentioned it and the committee agreed that if any other region was interested in Region 2, that there should be discussions, and that should happen all over the state, right? That if you have a contained region and someone else wants to come in, you should have discussions. When this became public, and I took a look at it yesterday, I noticed that Region 9 has come into Region 2. We had no discussions with Region 9 at all, right? We did what our job was, which was to work with the boundaries that we were given. There was no discussions from any other region to come into Region 2.
Senator Scott.
Let me just add to the community of interest that the regional plan that the committee adopted showed the Rock River area returning to the Albany County districts, Mr. Chairman, and there were 2 additional reasons for doing that. One, the Albany County populations per district are relatively low. And second, I at least heard complaint from the representative and the senator involved in that, that the Senate district and the House District 47 stretching clear from Rock River to Farson made the sheer distances made it very difficult to represent that large a district. And that having one less county involved would make it a good deal easier to represent the district. And that made a lot of sense to me. So there's some, Mr. Chairman, there's some other reasons as well as the community of interest.
And then real quick, Mr. Swank, do you have the number of Albany counties? It was my understanding their population is right at kind of bare minimum for their 4 districts. And do you have that wiggle room number easily identifiable?
Mr. Chairman, I believe the population that they could stand to lose was roughly 500. And the Rock River voting district, which is highlighted here, this little kind of half moon shape, is 242.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Scott.
There's a striking population difference between Albany and Laramie County. And if we were to purely try to get the populations as close to the ideal as we could move significant portion of Western Laramie County into the Albany County districts. Frankly, I think that would degrade the representation of the people involved. You know, they are close, they are connected by an interstate. People commute back and forth. It's passable even in the wintertime most of the time. But Mr. Chairman, it means that you get a bunch of people represented by a district that is dominated by a different community. And I think we're much better off sticking with the party lines. It could have been a solution if Laramie County is particularly upset about having districts that are up close to the maximum. That's a solution to that problem, but it's not required by the court guidelines. So I think we ought to stick with the county lines
And I would.
there as well as elsewhere in Laramie County.
And Laramie County, as part of our discussions, did look into, and there were 244 residents between the county line and the city of Laramie without going into the municipality. And so as we looked in Laramie County about, Goshen, Platte, Albany, by the time we took enough population from Laramie County we thought would work, we were either going to go into the city of Laramie or basically go around. And it didn't look feasible on a map to us, the majority of the legislators, when we looked at it. So, Senator Rothfuss, discussion to add.
I only have a couple points to add. One is that, as Senator Scott noted, Mr. Chairman, we can't really be giving population, and that's what people want. We could only receive population, and I don't think that actually meets any of the interests of those that are looking for ways to move county lines. We really do need our Rock River, the 240 there. It becomes incredibly challenging to draw the map without Rock River because you get so thin on the population that you have available to maintain within the 5%. As drawn currently, it's certainly within the 5%. And as Representative Connolly noted, we did take some time to look into the changing population within the city limits and drew bright lines. So 15th Street, for example, Reynolds Street, Willett Drive, these are all streets that when you come and go to a football game, you spend a lot of time on. So they're bright lines for the community to make it very clear. And honestly, it cleans up some of the oddities that we had in the previous one where you just had some nuances of, well, which district are we in? I don't know. We're definitely going to have to go to the map to find out. It's a lot easier to know where you are based on the bright lines that are in the revised map. And the final point I'll say, which I think this is experienced by a lot of districts, is the city and county are looking at challenging the census. I understand that we work with the census we're handed. There's no question about that. So we certainly did that here. But the reality is, you can imagine a university city in a COVID circumstance where everybody was sent home may have a slightly different census relative to what the reality on the ground is. And we're certainly experiencing that. So while our census data shows us being short on population, the reality is we're probably a little higher than that, but we're working with what we have, and the census data we have indicates that our optimal would be about, I think, 1,400 higher as a county than where we're at for the 4 House districts, but certainly well within the discrepancy that we're allowed constitutionally, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Swank, could you zoom in on Laramie on that map? And Senator Scott, go ahead.
I don't want to prolong this, but I think this county and its relations with its neighbors illustrates an important point here. We pay attention to county lines, not only because of the state constitution and because they are an important unit of government, and because it causes complications when you do go over them, which we do have to sometimes. But the counties are, by and large, very real communities. And if you go outside a county line, as say, putting the Rock River area into the Carbon County district, those people lose a lot of the effectiveness of their representation because you're putting them in with representatives that they don't tend to see because they're in a different community. And our communities are separated by a lot of miles, Mr. Chairman. So I find as a member that I get a lot of the input from my constituents, not through formal meetings and whatnot, but they catch me in the grocery store or the auto parts store or the feed store or community functions that I naturally go to and would whether or not I was an elected member. And you lose that when you're represented from somebody outside your community. So that's another reason, Mr. Chairman, I think it's very important that we stick with county lines overall. That's why I did not advocate putting any of the larger populations from Cheyenne into the Albany County districts. They would lose representation.
And so committee, I did just want to mention, at least in my 3 months of working on kind of statewide and listening to everyone, all good to Albany, but you've generally been left alone. You haven't been in the discussions about what it should look like. We've let you self-contain. I know you've had public meetings, but I did want the committee to kind of know that we've let Albany kind of do their thing without a lot of input or a lot of oversight. So if anybody does have questions on, I wouldn't say it's a significant change, but it does look like, West Laramie is now into a rural district, and you really have kind of the university district and what I would call the professor district. The students live in one side of the town, and the long-term Laramie residents and professors, et cetera, live in kind of a separate part of the town. And if any discussions on major changes in the city of Laramie, I know you have a 1,600 person census block that you've had the largest census block in the state is the dorms that you had to work around. But I just wanted to make sure the committee, if you had any questions about the city of Laramie, just know that we've kind of let the Albany County clerk and their legislators draw it without a lot of involvement from us. Not that I'm saying you haven't done a great job. I just want to make sure. Senator Scott.
Point out here that the point Senator Ruffus made in terms of making it easier for people to understand which district they were in is important. And that's a feature that I've seen elsewhere with the involvement of the county clerks. They're quite sensitive to that sort of thing and making the elections work as smoothly as possible. And I think it does point out the advantage we've had with the system we've got for drawing the plans where we involve the county clerks. They tend to be very sensitive to that sort of thing.
Mr.
Reverend
Chairman, if I
Conley.
may, just following up on Senator Scott, that question came up at that last public meeting, and it was our clerk and her staff have already, before that meeting, looked to see about precinct lines and about the other lines that get drawn within a district once we're done. And their preliminary response to that question was, this works for them.
Okay. Any other questions for the legislators on Albany County? Anything from other committee members online? Not seeing any other public comment on Albany County from the audience? Not seeing any. All right. Thank you very much for coming today.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Rothfuss, go ahead.
I'm not going to be here in the afternoon, and I know it is, but it's not close enough apparently. I'm not going to be here in the afternoon. I have to go back and teach in the afternoon. So there is the statewide map. And if I could have just 2 minutes to introduce that, I don't have to go into it in any detail, but providing a little bit of background. I know that's out of the agenda order, but clock has started. 2 minutes. Let's roll.
Mr. Swank, is it easy to pull up Senator Rothfuss's submission? And so committee, I think there are 2 statewide maps that have made an attempt to piece all the larger puzzle pieces together in some format. I know I'll have one I'll be presenting this afternoon. Senator Rothfuss has brought a map that talks about communities of interest. If we can pull that on screen, we'll certainly give the minority leader of the Senate 5 minutes to discuss, because I know he put a lot of work into it.
That looks like it. Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just a bit of brief background. Obviously, Albany County is the same map as what you've seen. The rest, I just started from the concept of trying not to break county lines as the first priority, putting together 2 counties to create a block when that would work. So building from a block up and then trying to harmonize after building all of those units. And so the key concept here is that this is a fully compliant map. It's not necessarily a perfect map, but I did spend some time going into local areas and districts trying to figure out, again, bright lines, districts that are compact. And one of the keys here is I didn't look at where anyone lived. I know where people live in Albany County. Obviously, I built that map first. That's the one place I could say I knew where people were. But this is simply a map that I built to create a compliant map that achieved the objectives that I understand you're supposed to achieve when you're building a redistricting map, which is try and keep your districts clean lines, consolidated, try to make sure that you're respecting major roads, highways, rivers, county lines as your boundaries, and then respecting communities of interest. In many of the localities that are represented here, I don't know your specific communities of interest, so I may not have done a particularly good job. The only county where I know clear communities of interest are Fremont County. And again, that doesn't mean I did a great job respecting that community of interest. But the exercise here was to put together a map that was fully compliant, that met the objective standards that are laid out for an appropriate redistricting plan as a potential baseline, as something that the committee could use moving forward. Again, as I said before, I don't know that when you get down to the fine details of city streets, when you're in a municipality, that it makes perfect sense. I think individuals from the specific districts and communities would know a lot better. But I offer this to the committee as at least a fully compliant map that meets all of the interests as I understand them. And I'm not advocating necessarily for any specific lines in there other than the Albany County, which is my responsibility to advocate for, Mr. Chairman. So that's all I wanted to provide in this. And I'd answer any questions.
Senator Scott, go ahead.
Chairman, and I can't see well enough to see how you solved it, but the one of the real problems we've got is the Bighorn Basin, where you've got some real topographic constraints on what you can do. And when you look at it based on the ideal population size, having within that area 3 senators and 6 representatives gives you districts that are at 92 point something percent. I think it's 92.7. I calculated that out of the ideal. So you're a little short on population to get within the plus or minus 5%. How does your plan solve that set of problems?
Mr. Chairman, the key difference between my plan and a lot of the other plans is you'll see that from Teton County, the large House district goes to the northeast up to Cody. That changes everything. Most of the rest of the plans go from Teton south and pick up some of Alpine. So it actually works out just fine. If you go this way, you don't go into Fremont County and you don't have to worry about the basin. It all works out.
Go ahead, Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, so what you're doing is you're having a district that is part in Park County and part in northern Teton County, well beyond Yellowstone Park, way down to what, Moose or something like that?
Much further than that, actually, Mr. Chairman.
Mr.
It actually, it gets, I don't think it gets into City Jackson, but it gets to Northwest and yeah. So, Mr. Chairman, I spent a ridiculous amount of time playing with maps. So I went, I went both ways. I drafted both ways. And frankly, it just doesn't work to go south because of the problem that you lay out, that it wrecks the entire I-80 corridor, causes problems in the basin. I couldn't get a map that didn't lead to somebody driving Representative Paxton type hours, Senator Hicks types hours, going that way, and it just doesn't work out that way. So this creates one, it does obviously create a district, which is a beautiful district. I would envy the driver of that district, but it's not a small district.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Scott.
And this illustrates the problem we're going to have when we get to the basin. This is one of the potential solutions to it. You get a district that is, I don't know how your percentages are, but half in Park County and half in Teton County, where for 6 or 7 months of the year, when Yellowstone National Park is closed, the district is physically contiguous, but you cannot get from the Park County part to the Teton County Park without driving clear around through Thermopolis and Shoshone and Du Bois. And having done that, when I got blocked by a forest fire from going through Yellowstone Park to get up to the Bighorn Basin, it's, Mr. Chairman, it's 6-7 hours driving. And you are essentially isolated wherever the representative is. Half the constituents, or roughly half the constituents, are totally isolated from them. They can call them on the telephone if the phone system is working, or communicate by email, but they can't go meet in person. And the opportunity for the casual meeting in the local activities and stores and whatnot that are so much of how we find out how our constituents feel is just totally absent for half the year, Mr. Chairman. And you just destroy the quality of the representation for a good part of the population. So I was interested in how that worked out. And I just don't see that as the solution to the Bighorn Basin problem.
Would you agree, Senator Rothfuss?
Mr. Chairman, it's hard to disagree. And it's about 2/3, 1/3. I think it's 2/3 Teton, 1/3 Park is probably how it plays out based on that. But the reality is it's hard enough to put together these small sub-districts that were assigned and created. So our little district too. That's a challenge. Putting it all together is a much bigger challenge, and there is no solution that's going to work for everybody all the time, all year. under all circumstances, we just don't have a state that leads to that type of solution. So there's no question that any map that we end up accepting and whatever map we approve at the end will lead to the concerns that Senator Scott just raised, which is that you will have circumstances of representation that are less than ideal. So again, following the key principles is essential. And I certainly tried to minimize going over mountain passes, just like everyone else is trying. Obviously, we've seen some proposals that lead to, you know, small numbers of population on one side of a mountain and everybody else is on the other one. Well, that doesn't work very well either. So yes, it is a problem with this map. It will be a problem with the next map you consider. It will be a problem with every map you consider. We can certainly poke holes in all of them.
And I would say, Senator Rothfuss, because, you know, this has been an option that does solve, you know, creates one difficult district. But the basin, if you look at the numbers, are about 5.5 House seats. Teton County is 2.5 House seats. If you put them together, you do solve all of the issues, in my opinion, of Lincoln, Fremont. But it does create a very difficult district to represent. But with as much as we're meeting lately as a legislature, you know, they're going to be down here for 4 of those months anyway, all through the winter, right? We're going to have so many special sessions. We'll just be here from January until Yellowstone opens. So, Senator Case.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to respond a bit, certainly it's a very difficult geographic area, especially in the winter. And, you know, with the bear watchers, it's kind of difficult in the summer too. But the truth is there's a lot of commonality with these gateway communities to surrounding the parks. And we actually did hear from folks right now, Yellowstone Park is split between 2 districts. And we heard from people that live and work in Yellowstone Park and asked, could you just make it whole? This makes it whole with Teton County or with Teton Park, which certainly there are common elements of interest here that are pretty substantial. And there are also, we live in a technologically different time than when districts first started. So there are ways to overcome some of the challenges of geography. But so I think this is an inspiring kind of approach. It solves a lot of problems. And so I hope we will at least consider it further.
Because the basin doesn't have to go into Fremont County under this plan. You would, correct? I mean, you would have 4 full House seats in Fremont County and the basin would draw. And I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just saying that it solves the issues Fremont County and the basin are facing trying to figure out deviation problems.
It certainly is helpful. I think when we get to talk about Fremont County, you may find that we may have a problem with Fremont County no matter what. And it's not really a problem, but the majority minority district there is going to require you to think about that first, and then a lot of other things fall out. So yes, this could be helpful, I think. We'll talk about the Fremont County Basin relationship when we get there. Okay, thank you.
Yep, let me go to Representative Roscoe and Greer online. Representative Roscoe, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to, I don't really have a question, but I just wanted to show my appreciation for the statewide map and effort, because I think as a committee, we need to have a statewide. It could be this one or it could be yours coming this afternoon. But if we don't, we're just going to be arguing these small little things forever. But if we have a statewide plan, I think we should vote on that and get that passed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Greer, and then we'll go to Senator Scott.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wasn't going to comment, but you know, this, you know, when I hear the commonality of interest of gateway communities, I disagree with that. The folks that are living west of Cody are very much involved and tied in with their community, and the folks that are living in Kelly and around the edges of Jackson that take this in are tied into the Jackson community, and they are completely different communities. You know, Senator Rothfuss made the comment that he would envy the people that would have this drive. Well, as Senator Scott pointed out, it's more 6 months a year and even a month or so of that, because I've made that drive early in the springtime, isn't all that pretty. It is a brutal component, and it gets back to, and I like the approach Senator Scott's taking by this work within our regions, and in this meld together the edges where we have disagreement. And I firmly believe this is, even with technology, it doesn't matter. People want to know their representative. People want their representatives to show up at the school board meeting. They want them to show up at the city council meeting, meet with the county commissioners, go to the Soil Conservation Commission, be at the barbecues and the civic events to be able to have access to them. And I think we get hung up on this issue of percentages. So we look at the percentages of a district in Wyoming are a minuscule amount compared to representation elsewhere in the United States. And the simple fact of the matter is if you have to have your representative drive 90 miles or 120 miles to meet with you, is that worse or better? Well, I think it's worse than being underrepresented by 0.8 or 1.2% of the ideal population. I just think we need to keep that in mind. Senator Rothfuss, I appreciate the effort with the statewide map, but get concerned that we get fixated on percentages when we really need to look at effective representation of the citizens of the state. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Greer. I guess the one man, one vote rule, I mean, it really goes back to, it is about percentages and that every constituent should have the exact same percentage, but there's certainly an argument when you're having to drive 100 miles to represent someone that that is a burden on a legislator, any public servant to have to make that. And we've had several attempts to try to increase compensation or benefits to make that work. And right, it's the rural nature of our state. Senator Scott.
Several points. First, it's not driving 100 miles. This is driving 200 plus. You start looking at the distance between Cody and Kelly. Is that in, or Moran or someplace like that? You're talking in the wintertime, you're talking a couple hundred miles. You're talking, my experience was 6 hours. Mr. Chairman, I think Representative Greer just put his finger on some of the problem we're wrestling. The courts have been they've been hung up on population because they're basing their decision on the equal protection clauses and the one man, one vote principle that derives from that. If with our topography and our tremendous distances where there is virtually no population, I mean no population in a lot of the rural areas, and I represent some of those areas, there just isn't anybody that lives there. Means that to strictly comply with the population guidelines, we do, as Representative Greer was talking about, destroy the effectiveness of the representation because you get representatives that are outside your community. And that's been a problem with all the plans we have adopted since we went to the full districting system. And I would point out in the Bighorn Basin context, the way you can get out of the Bighorn Basin without getting tremendous distances involved that destroy a lot of the effectiveness of representation is you come out into Fremont County, as we do now, through the Wind River Canyon, which is a reliable way for people to get from one community to the other. And that has worked. But it doesn't fully solve the problem this year, Mr. Chairman, because the population difference is a little larger. And I don't see how we can go too much further into Fremont County without getting afoul of the Voting Rights Act on the reservation. And that's something we really have to be concerned with. And frankly, the alternative coming out of the current boundaries is probably my Senate district. I don't like that. But I can also see that the alternative of going the other way through Yellowstone Park, Jackson, you get the community of interest, but you get just an impossible situation in terms of the effectiveness of the representation. And I think Representative Greer's point was very well taken on that. Mr. Chairman, I think this is the worst of the problems we're going to have to deal with. And I've got some notions of a possible solution. But I thank Senator Rothfuss for doing this and showing us what it looks like if you go around the other way and come through Yellowstone. We can pick up the rest of Yellowstone Park and unify that into the Bighorn Basin District. That's 100 people. That doesn't solve the problem. I think we ought to do it, but going any further, you get just in an impossible situation.
You sure you don't want to come back this afternoon, Senator Rothfuss, for what's going to be this riveting discussion
That'd be
ongoing?
great.
But we'll certainly have your map back up this
No, I
afternoon.
appreciate it.
And it's in the mix of a possibility, right? There's lots
Yeah.
of possibilities, at least in your plan. I think you completely, I should say, disadvantage one district in the state for the benefit of what could be a benefit for many, many other districts. But that's fair or not, I don't know. So Representative Yen? Go ahead.
Question, Mr.
Question.
Chairman, thank you. Floor Leader Rothfuss, I was wondering, in your mapping, did you ever consider pushing the basin over the Bighorns instead of over Yellowstone? Because it seems that pass might be an easier pass to deal with than Yellowstone National Park.
Mr. Chairman, no, I did not. And again, it comes from the way the map was developed, which if you iterate through an algorithm, you kind of end up with an outcome. And with over the Bighorns, you have some pretty clean counties that you would just pick up. I mean, putting together Sheridan and Johnson County is a natural match. So you get a clean, it's clean geographically, it's clean in terms of county, they go together well. So that was one of my first anchors as I was developing this map. Again, you can develop it a lot of different ways, and I tried a lot of different ways. You always run into problems, and I cannot disagree with anything said about the problems of this map. They're all true. And hand me any other map and put it in front of this group, and you'll tear it apart. That is the nature of your mission, and it'll be interesting to see how it turns out. And I appreciate the concerns raised by Senator Scott, and I'll find some time and play with it. But just looking at the numbers, it is closer to half and half. It's not 2/3, 1/3. So trying to shift that over, it's pretty implausible.
All right, everybody good to go to Region 3? Thanks for
Thank you
staying,
so much.
Senator
I
Rothfuss.
appreciate
Yep.
going out of order.
Well, gives us a hint of what we're in for this afternoon. All right, with
Done before afternoon.
Region 3, otherwise known as Natrona County, Representative McGuire, Senator Scott. Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And it's your leave, if I may take just a moment of privilege. And I would like to remind everybody and sincerely thank our senior legislators who, back in the days when the concept was out there to restore the Capitol building, had the courage to move forward with that. And there was a lot of political naysayers who didn't want us to restore the Capitol. And I can remember what the old meeting rooms used to be like. And this is so luxurious and so nice. And so, for example, to the senator to my right, thank you for your leadership. Thank you for doing that. And I also appreciate the comfort that we have up here at the dais. I can stay here all day. And with regard to our plan, we have Plan A, which what we tried to do is we tried to sit down with all of the interested parties and start out with a quote unquote clean sheet and move forward with that. And one of the things that haven't really been discussed, but I would just mention, so we brought in, of course, the county clerk and also the representatives from the different municipalities, because when you go in to vote, and having sat as an election judge and a poll watcher, everybody who comes in, there's a mad shuffling of paper to find out who they are and to hand them the correct ballot. And it's more important in urban areas, for example, my area in the center of the state, because you have wards where there's a separate election. It's an election of a school official or somebody that's representing the city, or there may be some different tax votes that are coming up. And so every time somebody walks in, you want to make sure that you're handing them the correct ballot. And every time there's an additional split, that increases the opportunity or the likelihood for an incidental error. And having met with all the clerks and known the clerk in my area for years and known the prior clerk for years and years and grown up with the clerk before that, I can tell you that they are so responsible and they take that so seriously. But sometimes there is a mistake because it just becomes so complicated. So one of our goals was to reduce the number of splits. The other thing was to bring in the different representatives from our municipalities and to give them a say, because again, the municipalities, and we have some small municipalities, Evansville, Mills, Edgerton, and Midwest, and bar none. And quite frankly, they are so small that they really don't have people that work on something like this. So we brought them in as we possibly could. And what we tried to do is we tried to come up with a map that was as fair to everybody as possible and primarily reduced splits and kept us within the borders of Natrona County. I think that we came up with a very good, clean map. It has the agreement of all 4 senators, the county clerk, the representatives of the cities, and 7 of the 8 representatives. So that is where we are. It's Plan A. And if you have any questions, I would be happy to try and answer any questions.
Questions on Plan A for Representative McGuire? Senator Scott.
Would just like to. Our basic plan was done by our county clerk. And I really want to compliment the clerk and her staff in particular that really got into it and worked very diligently trying to make the districts as understandable as possible, and trying to reduce the opportunity for the incidental error. And we have had problems with that in the past, Mr. Chairman. I remember on the first districting plan in my area, we had an instance where they gave a husband and wife living together separate ballots because everybody was just plain confused because of the way the map was drawn then. And having the county clerk involved is one of their objectives is trying to minimize that. And they did a very responsible job. And that's what you see in Plan A. Now, I'm totally unable to figure out where the second plan came from. There is a third plan here and that was worked out between the dissident representative and the county clerk. And the county clerk says she can live with either one. My instinct is that the Plan A is probably the better one. It was the one that was the clerk's initial effort, and they did a very good job. So, Mr. Chairman, I really want to compliment the clerk and her staff.
Let me do a quick aside before I ask a question. And just because I know from talking to everyone, many counties and regions, their legislators did their plans, and others, they really did have their clerks do their plan. Certainly in Laramie County, we all love our county clerk, but your legislators got together and really said, it's our prerogative to do a plan, and then we'll turn it over to the county clerk to kind of fine tune the lines. Or I know other regions, their county clerk basically drew their plan and said, do you guys, approve or not? And so for the clerks, I know it hasn't been easy because depending, which county you're in, you've either had a lot more burden or almost been shut out of the process in some other areas. And I guess that was the legislative prerogative of each of those communities on how they wanted to handle their mapping. So in this case, I do have a question because I don't quite understand why Midwest and Edgerton remain in two separate legislative districts. It seems very odd to me to make. Yeah. Senator Scott, you want that one? Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, because I'm the guilty party. That was done in the initial districting after Governor Sullivan vetoed the at-large plan. Wasn't a full county at-large plan. It was a districted at-large plan that met the population guidelines that the committee had developed. And I think in that plan as well, Midwest and Edgerton were in separate districts. And the reason I wanted them in separate districts, and I did have a hand in that one, was that at that point, they were having impossible problems with their water situation. They draw their domestic water from the North Platte River. There was a pipeline. Midwest was originally a Standard of Indiana company town. And they put a pipeline in, I don't know, in the 20s or 30s or when it was put in. But by 1990, it was more leaks than pipeline. And the situation was bad enough. The town engineer and I shared a ride up to Midwest to talk to him about the problem. And we did an informal calculation as to the costs of buying everybody out and taking a bulldozer to the town as opposed to fixing the water line. And it was cheaper to fix the water line. And I wanted two representatives that were concerned about the Midwest Edgerton problem instead of just one. So it was politics over that, trying to get those people some extra representation because they had a major problem. They've still got some of that problem. They fixed the worst of it through some federal grants, and I think the Water Development Commission participated. But that's why they're separate, is they've had some real needs from the state, and it's just carried forward. It's worked, so it's carried forward.
From 30 years ago, we're still dividing Midwest and Edgerton.
Yeah.
From 30 years ago.
Yeah, and they still have some of the same problem, Mr. Chairman, that led to that initial. But that's
Okay.
how it happened and why it happened.
I'll just say I will have some trouble thinking those are two separate communities of interest, but other comments on submission one? Right, I think, is there other comment on submission one? I know we had some people to talk about submission 3 from Natrona County. All right, submission 3, I don't know, Representative McGuire, you have a comment? Then Representative, come on up. Go ahead.
Thank you. And this is just a brief comment for those who are listening. So one of the questions that comes up very often is just that, for example, allocation of money for a water line or something like that. And oftentimes it's difficult. We're fortunate in Natrona County because we have a large enough county that we can, by and large, keep everybody nested within the county. But in some of the more rural areas, it's difficult because we have in the northeast corner, we have certain senators that represent 3 different counties. And it's not a third of each county, it's all of one county and then a small portion of 2 other counties. So when the question comes up, how do we support or how do we advocate for funds for this water line? Well, that particular individual can sometimes be torn between differing. So the good senator used the word politics. It's more of trying to place people in the right spot to advocate for those two communities. And so really just to make sure that somebody doesn't think there is something nefarious or anything, it really is to try and represent those communities in the best way. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All right, Representative Gray, welcome. Submission 3 is yours, or
Well, it's
what you'd like to talk about?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just so we talk a little bit about the Natrona process, appreciate the opportunity for comments. So what happened was, I think our process is a little different from how other counties did it. The clerks came with a plan and we were told, look, come to this meeting and give your concerns or sign off on it. And, you know, there were just some revisions. This is a very small revision between Plan C and Plan A, and Plan B was kind of, and they were all submitted. Plan B was something that frankly was a misunderstanding, and they all got submitted. So what we're talking about between Plan C and Plan A is 1,600 people. And what came back from the initial plan, there was always an understanding that House District 35, which is represented by Representative McGuire in the eastern part of the district, that was, I think, over 35% of the deviation. Yeah. And it was prominently going to be 57, represented by myself, 36, represented by Representative Washit, and 58, represented by Representative Sweeney, that was going to pick up that population to make up the deviation. But what came back from the first plan was 57 dropped in population, yet the eastern section of the district was eliminated. It's about 800 people. And then 57 picked up 2,000 from District 35, represented by McGuire. So and that to me, when 57 dropped, it would just be better to keep the current boundaries in a district that dropped 57 and then pick up 1,100 from 35 rather than 2,000. So you keep the current 57 boundaries, and rather than picking up 2,000 from 35, you pick up 1,100. And that's all that happens from A to C. It reduces the churn, what I'm calling churn, the amount of people that change representatives, by 1,600, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it's people who are changing representatives, and both of those representatives have served since 2017. The county clerk said, fine with it. I have the email where she said it's the same amount of splits. I understood the argument of reducing splits. It's the same amount of splits. And so the only difference is that you reduce the churn, the amount of people that are changing districts, by 1,600. And, you know, I think 35, it reduces that district's going to churn in the current plan by, I believe, almost 45%, reduces that by about 5%. And it reduces the churn of 57 by about 10 to 15%. So that's all that happens there. I really appreciate if you could approve C. County clerk's behind it. You know, when you know it's characterized as a dissident legislator, well, it only affects 2 districts. So everybody else agreed to the plan, but this is just a small revision on the edges. And frankly, I think if we had seen it before the initial meeting, I think we could have had that revision before, and they all ended up getting submitted. So it's just a small issue of 1,600, and the splits are the same. So thank you.
Representative Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Gray, just so I understand this, what you're saying is District 35 had too many people.
Yeah.
So, but they took a certain amount of people out of 57, put them into 35.
Yeah.
And then took them back out of 35 again.
Yep.
Representative Gray, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, and I had the same issue, which is that in a district that drops, and you're subsuming from one that grew 30%, why would you take some out of the district that dropped, give it to the district that grew 35%, and then in a different area to the southeast, that makes it so that 57 has to pick up more from the district that grew 35%. So it just makes sense to retain the district that dropped and pick up a little less from the district that grew 35%, reduces churn by 1,600 and it keeps the splits the same.
Follow up, President Blackburn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative, why? Why do you think that happened?
Representative Gray, if you want to offer thoughts on why, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I just think the process, it would have been good. There was a pre-meeting with the district representatives. It would have been good if we could have had that pre-meeting and just kind of had revisions on the corners. Really, this was a small thing. The clerk is fine with either one. The amount of splits is the same. So really, it was more about the process, and they ended up all getting submitted. And I don't even think the clerk, frankly, we're doing the revision. I don't even think the clerk really realized they were all going to be part of the formal packet because she wanted consensus. And once we had this small revision, I agreed to it. It only has to do with 2 districts, and it reduces the churn in both of those districts. The amount of people changing it keeps the split, the reduction in splits that she wanted to achieve the same, the amount of splits that there are in the entire county the same. So I think we have a win-win here. Thank you.
Further questions on submission 3, Representative Yin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Gray. So I'm trying to flip between A and B, or 1 and 3, or whatever they're titled. So I guess maybe you can help me either agree or disagree. Is the C option is closer to the status quo of the districts, basically just adjusting from those current district borders a little bit, while the option 1, the one that the clerk originally came up with, is further deviating from what the current status quo of the district is. That's correct. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yep.
So, I think from 2 standpoints, I think it's in some ways good that you keep the status quo, so people have a little bit of consistency in what they know is their district. However, in district, the closer to status quo option C, you still kind of split this one neighborhood on the south side kind of in half. So you have neighbors that, for lack of a better word, are not within the same representation of the neighbors across the street. Is this ideal? I mean, I understand it's closer to status quo, but have you heard from any of those neighbors where they are unhappy with kind of being split in that particular neighborhood?
Representative Gray, if you know.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. These are all really dense areas, and it's all in Metro Casper. So there are all the times where you'll have one half of a street in one district and one half of the street in the other. That is retained in certain portions of Plan A anyway. And it's just in a dense area, it's half a block. I mean, and so, I mean, the whole idea between C and A was just to reduce the churn by 1,600 people is about, but the contiguousness of it is still there. To me, it just doesn't make sense in a district that dropped and you're subsuming from another one to give to the district you're subsuming from, and then you have to subsume more in an entirely other area. I think part of the point of the regions is to keep it relatively status quo. That's one of the reasons you break up the regions. So that's the advantage you see.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Further comment on either of those submissions at this time? Senator Scott?
Did go through a sequence. We had a general public meeting, which Mr. Swank from the LSO gave us a very good remote presentation. That meeting was attended. We recruited the elected county officials and introduced them. Had some others there, including representation from political parties. That was mostly an information meeting. The county clerk then proceeded and I know consulted with some people, but proceeded and developed the plan. There was a meeting with the legislators for input, and that's where this issue came up. That's that's the sequence that was followed, Mr. Chairman. The changes are really relatively minor between Plan A and Plan C.
Thank, Mr. Chairman, can I
Yeah,
respond?
go
Thank
ahead.
you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Craig.
You know, I do think from a county perspective that the change is small, but from the perspective of 57 and 35, reducing churn by 1,600, I mean, that's, you know, over 15% of those districts. So I just think, honestly, I think if there was a pre-plan and they weren't all submitted, it would have just had one plan. But because they were all submitted, I think it was almost a misunderstanding that, I mean, the clerk wanted consensus, and we're all on board with Plan C. So, or I'm on board. You know, I think the thing that's confusing about it, I guess, is it's the same plan as Plan A minus this one change between 35 and 57. So to say that there's a dissident, it doesn't affect 12 of the districts. So it is confusing to me. We had a conversation why why we would want to have more churn in 35. That is surprising that I guess they're leaning that direction. But the amount of splits is the same.
Okay. I'm hoping for consensus in the committee this afternoon, making sure you're all aware that it'd be great if we all agree with them. All right, anything else on Natrona County? All right, seeing none, thank you very much. Representative Gray. Any other public comment on Natrona County, Region 3, while we're at it? Seeing none right now, let's go to Region 4, Fremont County. Senator Case, you want to take the lead on this?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I guess I'd start out by thanking all my colleagues in Fremont County, and also especially thanking our county clerk, Julie Freese, and her staff. We had a particular good mapping capability in the county this year, and folks got together and we had 3 public meetings and 3 work sessions. And this is kind of where we've ended up. As we began this process, you'll recall that we talked about how Fremont County in its entirety would fit 2 Senate districts and then the comporting 4 House districts. And that seemed like the first thing you would go to. But the truth is that's not the first thing you have to go to in Fremont County, because there's actually the state of Wyoming's only majority minority district. And that's a place where a population that is recognized as a minority in the United States has a sufficient threshold of people to constitute a majority of a legislative district. And Fremont County has a long history with respect to this district and even litigation around the issue of Native American representation. So you may not be aware, but Fremont County is the only county that has commissioner districts. That was a result of a lawsuit, a voting rights lawsuit. So we have our commissioner districts are there as well. We're particularly sensitive in Fremont County to splits. We have a community college district. We have, I believe, 2, maybe 3 conservation districts. We have legislative districts. We have the commissioner districts I talked about. And yes, I will admit that we have 8 school districts in Fremont County. So it's a difficult situation. So we listen to our clerk and we pay close attention. This is a joint plan between the legislators and the clerk. I'll tell you a little bit about what we have done here is basically to start not with the county boundaries, but with the boundaries of the area of the Wind River Reservation where people actually live. And so we worked very hard to maintain and enhance a district made up mostly of Native American persons. So that is the district that is in kind of the purplish color. That is House District 33. And that, I would say that the foremost mission that we had in developing our plan was to protect House District 33 and try to enhance Native American voter influence and participation.
and with the census numbers based upon percentage of Native American people, we were able to make some minor changes to the existing plans to put more people within the boundaries of House District 33 to actually raise the percentage of Native American to the highest point we've ever been able to get it. It's 64% standing at this plan. Really, the truth is, these are the exterior boundaries of the 2 Senate districts or the 4 House districts are and I mean the ones that go the Continental Divide and around, the outside boundaries that meet other districts, they remain unchanged in this plan from 10 years ago. It reflects the fact that Fremont County is kind of holding its own, I suppose, population-wide in the state, kind of being in the middle. And you can see that large square area in the northeast corner of Fremont County. That is currently represented by, ably represented by folks that live in the Bighorn Basin. That is the communities of Lysite and Shoshone, constitutes about 630 some people in that square region. We really looked hard at trying to bring that region back to be represented by people that live in Fremont County. That really wasn't possible because of the Native American situation, the situation of drawing that Native American district. And in fact, we had public meetings. We ended up having 2 public meetings in Riverton and 1 public meeting in Shoshone. The most well-attended public meeting was the one in Shoshone. The Senior Citizen Center was packed. And I will tell you that people were not really happy. They didn't like anything about redistricting. They didn't like the torn asunderness of this part of Fremont County. But in the end, they were worried about having to give up more of Fremont County to help with the numbers and give up Fremont County representatives or Fremont County citizens to be represented by people that live outside of Fremont County. They were more worried about that, and they sort of agreed, let's try to hold the status quo with Shoshone and Lysite sharing a district with the Bighorn Basin. Previously, there had been things called the Valley Plan, which was coming from our friends in the Bighorn Basin, where they were talking about needing as many as 1,200 people from the Missouri Valley, which is north of Riverton. And that was, people were very fired up about that. Let me just tell you, they were not happy about that. So here we are, and there are some changes in this plan from the current plan, and Mr. Swank is going to help me with it, I hope. If we could, we'll kind of work from the northeast part where the changes are. It's an area you may not know, Mr. Swank, but we call it Morton and Kinnear. Can you zoom in on that? I'll try to help you. Yeah, kind of in there. Yep, right in. You're doing very good. So there was, and maybe scroll it down a little bit and a little bit to the east, just slightly. Down. I'm sorry, other way. Bring the west in. It's funny. Okay, so if we were, that is Ocean Lake is the bigger lake. You guys didn't know we had big lakes. And the other one is Morton Lake, or also called Pilot Butte Reservoir. There were some changes made in this area. This is where the community of Crowheart is and Kinnear. Previously, House District 33 had gone up farther north of the highway. That's Highway 26, which is the Riverton Du Bois Highway. And there was some accommodations made to bring in a precinct to kind of restore the integrity of Morton and some of those precincts. And it is on the Wind River Reservation, but it's an area that is predominantly the people that live there are non-native people. They're agricultural orientated.
those changes, they didn't affect the percentage of Native American people in either district to any great extent. And so, and mostly I would characterize that as being cleanup for the purposes of the clerk. Now, if we could scroll down to the area of Riverton and maybe blow that up. So there's a little bit of, I just need to point out, there is not unanimity among our delegation about this plan, but I will say that overwhelmingly people support this plan that you see here. And so if we can blow in a little bit more, you can see that that is the city of Riverton, which is the most compact district in Fremont County. That is House District 55. And the area of change that happened in House District 55 are those two satellite areas to the northwest side of Riverton. Those areas are within the boundary of the city of Riverton. Let me be very clear about that. They were annexed in. There are two important areas. One is the Riverton Regional Airport. And the other square that's kind of in between that and the city is where the Job Corps Center is. So the city of Riverton annexed those two areas. And as I understand the rules about annexation, it's been a long time since we've had annexation bills in this committee, but they were able to justify those annexations based on the connecting roads that did. So, you know, whether that's a stretch or not, I remember the old law was you had to be contiguous on three sides. But anyway, these were annexed into the city of Riverton. I'm certainly not arguing that. But my colleagues feel that these should be within the same House district as Riverton as well, which is 55. They argue that it's kind of contiguous based on the same standard for annexation. Okay, and I don't mean to speak for them or there are really good reasons to have those in the city of Riverton, but it is problematic. And I'm not in support of these non-contiguous areas in the plan, but they do have some benefits. And we can discuss that in the committee. And I know that some of my colleagues would like to weigh in from Fremont County on this issue, as well as our county clerk. So if we move on, by the way, the purple area again is House District 33. Those kind of peninsulas in the purple area are Native American housing complexes. One is owned by the Shoshone tribe. I can't remember how the others, but that's very high percentage of Native American people in those purple areas. And they have traditionally been in House District 33. The areas of the two islands, they were in House District 54, which is the sort of the, I'm sorry, 34. I meant to say 34, which is sort of the outside the Native American district. Currently, 34 has Pepper Ottman, and 55, the city of Riverton, is Ember Oakley, and 33, the reservation, is Andrea LeBeau. So if we could move over now, oh, I'm sorry.
Question at you, Senator Driscoll.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Case, what's the population of the two islands?
It's actually more than I thought. And I think
Is that easy?
there's several hundred people, a couple of hundred for sure. And I originally thought there was only like 15 or so, but there are more people. So there is a fix for those islands. Basically, they could go back into House District 34, but you'll see that there's a cascading effect on the other side of Riverton. If we fix those islands, and it results in a continuation of a voter split and probably adding one more. So we'll get and maybe I know that our chief clerks, I know she's online or listening. Maybe she can help us with those numbers or text me or something about what those numbers are. Oh, she is online. She is online. Do you want to go to her now? Get the population of
I
those?
think Senator Scott has a question, and then I
Okay.
know Representative Oakley's also wants to talk. So Senator Scott, go ahead.
Great.
Mr. Chairman, contiguousness has always been something that I live with. And the map that doesn't appear District 55 is not contiguous.
Correct.
Am I right in understanding from the discussion that what they did was annex the highway and that enabled them, because you have to be contiguous to annex, that enabled them to annex those two islands? We had a similar circumstance. We have a similar circumstance in Casper, where they annexed Highway 220 for a couple of miles to reach out and get the area known as Paradise Valley. And it doesn't have significance for legislative districts, but it does for the city boundaries. And that has stood the test of time. Is that what they did here, or are they really totally non-contiguous?
Senator Case, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman and Senator Scott, that's exactly what they did here. Is they used, you can see two roads there that kind of they make a V. The lower one is Highway 26, that the road to Du Bois. The other road is, it's actually the old highway, but we call it the Airport Road. I'm sure that's its official name. And they were able to go down those roads to annex this territory, which whether you agree with that or not for municipal annexation, it seems to be permitted and legal. My concern is that standard doesn't fall over into redistricting. And in fact, if that highway is a connector, then it also has to be a divider, but yet we've got House District 33, which crosses the highway and has those inlets, using a geographic metaphor. So you can't have, I'm kind of like, you can't have it both ways. You can't say that it works for annexation and works for legislative districts when in fact it's apparent that it doesn't. This, to my knowledge, and I've tried to do some research, I believe that 49 states, and this is according to, I'm going to use a proper name, but I think we can in committee, Ballotpedia. I don't even know if that's a great source, but that is, according to Ballotpedia, 49 states have particular restrictions or particular requirements that districts be contiguous. I do know that there is court activity around Wisconsin, which has more than one non-contiguous legislative districts, as I understand. That's my very superficial research. Okay. I think when you look at court cases nationwide, they talk about contiguity. It's given a lot of lip service. So this would be the first time in Wyoming history since we've gone to single member districts that I would believe that we would have this situation. And I do know that my colleagues would like to talk about it. And maybe if you just let me finish up the changes and then we'll yield to my colleagues and our able chief clerk. So let's go to the east side of Riverton. In this area of kind of where the purple comes in, there were quite a few changes made in that area. That's a heavily Native American area that's within, parts of it are within the city of Riverton. And that was, we made some changes there 10 years ago to bring more of that into House District 33, and we continued that as well. There was also, if you could bring the top of the map down just a little bit. There you go, perfect. There's that triangular area right there. So that was in the golden area which is House District 34. That has been brought into the urbanized area of Riverton. It is an urban area. It happens to be heavily Native American. I might point that out, but there's no way to connect it any reasonable way with House District 33. And so that's brought into the city of Riverton. It's kind of it's congruent or contiguous. Be careful of my words, contiguous, but it's a contiguousness based on, kind of a point connectivity. And then if we'll do the last change, which is down, it would be southeast of Lander. Lander's in there somewhere. Okay, it's the area, this kind of pinkish coral color. Oh man, I'm having a color test today. It's really bad. Coral color is, that is House District 54. That used to be my original district in the legislature. It is occupied by Representative Lloyd Larson now. And the area that was changed is the area at the southern edge of that. It's kind of you can see the pointer there. That area is bounded on the west and the south by a highway, a well-known highway. That's the Rollins Highway and 287 and Highway 28, actually. That is an area that was in the House District 33. There are not any native folks that live there that I know of, or that have been revealed. And so that kind of use the highway as a better boundary and be more understandable. That was moved into House District 54. With that, that's the changes that our plan proposes as it's here. You notice it basically keeps the exterior boundaries the same as we have been for the previous 10 years. It shares our good friends in Fremont County with our good friends in the Bighorn Basin. But my colleagues, I know, would like to defend the proposal for Riverton. So let's let them have some time.
All right. Clerk Freese, do you want to go first? And then I'll get to Representative Oakley, if that works. Or if you have any comments, Julie.
Mr. Chairman, just because this is the legislator's plan, if they would like to go first, I'd be happy to just clean up afterwards. If you want to talk to Representative Oakley first.
Sure. Representative Oakley, go ahead. And if you need cleanup, then we'll turn it over.
I'm sure I will. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if I could, if Mr. Swink could zoom in again to the House District 55, specifically those. Okay, so if I may, I start out with a couple of things referencing questions that were asked or comments that were made. Starting out with Senator Scott's talking about the annexation rules and statutes and contiguity based on those. And I would absolutely agree with that. That was certainly how this started, was a belief that this does meet contiguity as far as they were annexed into the city of Riverton. They are, it is part of Precinct 35, which is currently, the rest of it is in House District 55. And so there's a lot about it that makes sense as far as ease for the voters, for districts. They are in the city. I'll talk a little bit more about that. And then I wanted to answer Senator Driscoll, the numbers. So the smaller one is what we said is around Job Corps. That has around 170. And then the airport district up there is 135. So significant numbers, not huge, I wouldn't say. And something else, I guess, when you're looking at this. So first of all, I think there certainly is a legal argument that it is contiguous. There's a lot of policy reasons behind doing it. Ease of the voters understanding they're all in precinct 3-5. And it stops several splits, which is important for, that's also another goal. Senator Case went to the eastern part afterwards, and some changes that were made there that stopped a three-way split, which is partly how this all came about. And then finally, of course, if you look at the purple in there that we've talked a lot about, House District 33, and paying attention to that majority minority. And the reality is that finger coming in there is House District 33 that was done specifically as the senator said, because of Native American housing that's in there. So we're also supporting that goal. So when you take all of the competing interests and goals, this is the one that just makes the most sense for the voters, for our clerks, for the least splits. And we do believe that legally we've got the argument that it's contiguous. So on balance, this is what we came up with. And Senator Case, I definitely appreciate his perspective and trying to follow the rules, but I think this does follow the rules, and I think it hits 4 and 5 and 6 other goals that we're trying to do when redistricting. And so with that, the rest of the delegation, meaning Fremont County, supports this plan and believes that it does follow and meet all the rules.
Senator Scott has a question for you. Representative Oakley, go ahead, Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, and it's on the issue of what's contiguous. Does the getting all of House District 33, the Native American district, when that finger that you pointed out reaches in and to get the housing complex, does that cross the boundary with District 55? So is there an argument that both 55 and 33 are non-contiguous? Or does the highway that is being followed, or one of the roads being followed, not cross any part of House District 33? It looks like from the map that's on the screen and the one I've got, one of the ones I've got here, that 33 is not got a problem with not being contiguous, but it's hard to tell.
All of those questions for you, Representative Oakley. Good luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator. I am not sure. I'm understanding it. I think what you're referring to is what Senator Case was talking about saying the argument could be made that, when he said you can't have it both ways. So there's, you can barely see it. Airport Road, I believe is the road that breaks off of the main highway and connects up to Job Corps and up to the airport. And that is the road that was used for contiguity, which is not the same as the main highway there, 26. So I don't know if that I think you can see it now. The road that goes up from the little triangle and then goes up and touches the southwestern border of the smaller district and then goes up to the airport. That was the road that was used for the contiguity. So I think I can see what you're pointing out.
I think the question ultimately is, yes, the road is city annexed, but the census block doesn't reflect a separate census block, which would be the concern that it doesn't look contiguous when you look at census blocks without us having to split into one, which tends to generally be against our guiding principles. Not that we can't do it, but it would seem to violate the census block principle that we have. Representative Ottman, you also want to join in? I know you're in the room.
May I respond to that?
Oh,
quickly?
sure, go ahead, Representative Oakley.
Sorry. And I think you're right. And I know you've got a deeper understanding of this, as does Senator Case. I guess just finally, that's what I was saying policy wise, looking at, I know you said your guiding principles, not that you can't do them. When I look at 5 and 6 and 7 other principles, including, again, this is basically, I mean, you certainly could be, it's a concession for the majority minority, which I guess if you're ranking them, if you will, I think this plan hits so many competing and balancing interests, and on balance, we thought this, I mean, they are a stone's throw away. We've zoomed in. This is a small area. I just thought, I can't see let's say a court decision or something saying that this was somehow any sort of, there's something nefarious or gerrymandering or anything like that going on. And it does make sense logical sense for the voter, and it reduces splits, and it really favors the majority minority district. And so it really was important for a lot of other guiding principles. So that's how we arrived there, just to respond.
Okay, Representative Ottman, thoughts?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to say, when we looked at this, a lot of it is commonality, considering that within hundreds of feet is the city line rather than the rural district. So that was one thing. The other was the dense population, and with the airport up there and a lot of just buildings that had previously been for oil field and things like that, the city annexed that in. And with the native population being in the purple, that housing has been put in there, to the best of my knowledge, that housing's been put in there in the last 10 years. So that was one of the things also is what made that. But anyway, I'm here primarily to speak if I can answer any questions, but also to participate as we move on. So thank you.
Okay, and Clerk Freese, welcome. Anything to add to the discussion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. And I support also, just because we were the ones that were wanting to tweak the lines due to splits. So all of the areas that we were tweaking, which ended up in some cases, we did way more than tweaking, as you could tell up in the Crowheart, Morton area. But also thinking as clerks, we think about our voters and what's easier for them. And I know there's been a lot of discussion from our voters about not knowing just tell me what side of the highway I'm on and I'll know what district I'm in. And of course, we do have the county commissioner districts. I did look at those county commissioner districts when we started mapping, and the current overall plan in the north there is going to run really nice on the changes that we have made for our potential commissioner district lines. So the rule that we kind of came up with in Fremont County is knowing that we could be whole, and then visiting with the Shoshone area folks and Lysite folks, and them agreeing to help out the Bighorn Basin and stay where they were. Our goal was, let's not change our lines too much. So I'm a little bit interested in looking more into Senator Rothfuss's map. I have not seen or talked with him about that, so it'd be very interesting to look at that. But what we tried to do is not to change our lines significantly, where he did change those significantly. One other thing I would like to mention again on this same area that we're talking about again is we were looking to keep the lines, and the black lines here is showing the lines that it used to be. And so the one housing there right below the airport was there 10 years ago, but I don't know if some of the newer stuff, we've always used this area and here as a very high Native American numbers area. And to avoid diminishing their numbers, we wanted to maintain their numbers. And then definitely if we wanted to make some changes such as 3.5 and 3.1 and 3.2, we wanted to be able to do that so that we had less, like I said, less splits in those areas. And so one of the only reasons that this is not more contiguous is because of that, because we're trying to maintain those numbers. To pull those out would have diminished that significantly, even a few blocks in this area. We tried a lot of this area just to even pull out some blocks to see if we could change that. I will mention, if this doesn't fly with the legislature, this 308 number, I know it doesn't seem like a lot, but between 34 and 55, that is kind of a big deal. 55 would lose down and they'd be at a negative 6%, and 34 would now become at a positive 6%. So I'm sure we would like to equalize those a little bit better in the county. And if we can, I'm sure that we can tweak plans as we go along, especially inside our own counties. But I stand for any questions too on just what we tried to accomplish here. And thank you for letting me speak on it.
Questions for the county clerk from the committee? Senator Scott, you have a question?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and I particularly want to ask the county clerk because I think she's our expert on the Federal Voting Act requirements here. We've got a problem with the Bighorn Basin with not having quite enough population. I notice in the figures we've got that House District 34 has a positive deviation of 3.37%, which makes me think that you could bring it down to close to the ideal size and get 200 or 300 more people that could be shifted into the Bighorn Basin District. And my question is, can we, if that is done, what problems does that create in Fremont County? And does it involve problems with the Voting Rights Act?
Thank you, Senator Scott, and members of the committee. So when the Bighorn Basin was looking at Valley, it was a number of about 720, as I recall. And so we went to the drawing board to try to figure out how to adjust 685 for Lysite and Shoshone, and then another 720 coming out of the Valley. Everything that you see at the top there, every time you take anything out of the top that is in District 34, you push down into either 55 or 33. And so to take what they probably might help them a little bit is going to cause a split in the Valley plan, or across the top somewhere else. I mean, I have like 4 voter districts across the top there. And of course, again, in Fremont County, like I said, we have been trying, as some of our principles, is try to get out of so many splits, because it's hard on the voters, it's hard on candidates, and it's hard to make sure that the election judges give out the right ballots. And so that's super important to us. If that's something that happens, as Senator Case mentioned, our Valley folks were very upset at that. They were not excited about that at all. They found nothing beneficial to them at all. There was discussion that we had beet growers in that area. Well, we don't. They are over in the Morton area. They aren't in the Valley area. They might have some kind of same kind of interests, maybe, because they're farmers going into the same place, into the Bighorn Basin. But But I think what they're seeing is that Fremont County can stay whole, and to keep lopping off pieces of us to go another direction it's not, I mean, unless they're forced to do that, unless we're forced to do that, that is not part of our plan. I did mention several times in our meetings that any kind of pull off the top of Fremont County does push down into the Native American district. And let me explain something about that. We took a large amount here from 33 and put it in 34. The way I look at it was that the concentration in 33, if we can make the percentage better, meaning that out of the total number of census that we have in District 33, if you have more Native American numbers that increase your percentage of how many actual Native Americans that are in that district, that's better. To pull more from somewhere else, and this is what a lot of people don't understand. So I can pull numbers in there, but a lot of those are non-native numbers, and they then dilute the voting power of the folks in District 33. Like it or not, that is what it is, and we're trying very hard to keep them with their numbers up at a reasonable level of inside of their district, that most of them are Native American. So that's what I'm looking at when we're looking at these type of plans. I'd be happy to answer any other questions on that.
Senator Scott, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, and I would sort of echo one of the things she said there, like it or not. I don't like it, the Voting Rights Act. I think it's racist, but it is the federal law. I think the Native population might be better off having more influence in more districts, but I know they don't feel that way, and they will sue and sue successfully to enforce the federal law. So like it or not, I think we have to be very sensitive to that. Mr. Chairman, what I'm trying to do is, I think having 300 or 400 people more, if we tried to make the districts in the basin work population-wise, having 300 or 400 people more might be enough to prevent us from having to go to the Casper urban area or clear to the Converse County line along northern Natrona County, and give something that would work. So I'm trying to explore, would that work? And it sounds to me like it might.
Clerk Freese, thoughts?
Well, of course, I'm going to support my people in Fremont County who have spoken to us in our meetings that said, please don't take any more Fremont County, and it does cause us an additional split. And so I will support until I can't support it, until I'm pushed out of support of it, that I would like to not make any more changes in that. I know that the Bighorn Basin has a big challenge, and I've worked with the county clerks, and they've invited us to their meetings up there. And so I understand their plight, and I hope maybe that their -6 plan works for them so that they don't have to do that. But I'm going to support right now what our constituents have told us, and they want to leave Fremont County as whole as we can, and meaning Shoshone and Lysite be the only pieces that are going out.
Representative Ottman, comments?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just say into that, looking at the different things, one of the things is that I've heard people talking about trying to keep county lines. So this is the first time in a long time that we've been able to even look at that. And that's very important. We have a large land mass in our county, but a few communities. And the thing is Shoshone and Lysite, when the mayors got together with their meetings, the consensus was that Shoshone mayor is part of the Fremont County mayor system. When we had the meeting in Shoshone, the mayor was very good about saying, I am going against what we had agreed to, but I will do that because I see the population need over there. But suffice to say, with the responsibility to keep the reservation with the majority minority lead with the commonality of the people in the valley and south of that to Riverton. That is their community hub. That is their source, and that is where they will get their representation. It is hard enough for people from Moreland to get over this way. And I know, in fact, it was amazing to some of them that they were part of the Fremont County Republican Party representing that area. So I'm just to say the Valley is a very important part of this district. It also helps to keep our Senate districts balanced, and it supports the needs that our community has from that. So I would just say, and also with the community college, I would just say that the Valley needs to stay, and that's what I would support. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Yin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question for maybe the legislators and the clerks of Fremont County. I'm curious of what the tribes, if any of the tribes came to speak at any of the public meetings, what they had to say. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'd be happy.
Senator Case, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Yes, indeed. We had tribal participation at 2 of the 3 meetings, the 3 public meetings. And we had the working sessions we had. Representative LeBeau was at 2 of the 3 working sessions. We've been very conscious of the need to include the tribes. All the notices supplied by the clerk include invitations. The chairman of the Arapaho tribe addressed our public meeting in Riverton on Monday night and expressed support for the efforts. I think generally our efforts are supported in the terms of how we're trying to accommodate House District 33. And that effort, what happens if you have Native American people that are outside of House District 33 and you can bring them in, that's a good thing. And that's a good thing because there is definitely a feeling that their representation is inferior outside of House District 33 for the issues that matter to them. I'm not commenting on personalities or skills of legislators, but I think they prefer a voice, that Native American voices be amalgamated and heard. So that's been the principle. This drawing of House District 33 is the highest percentage Native American we've ever been able to get it at 64%. And that's to Chief Clerk Freese. I keep calling her Chief Clerk. She is my Chief Clerk, but Clerk Freese's efforts. Back to the split and the non-contiguity and the solutions for that. I would point, could we zoom in back in on that airport area, Mr. Swank? That'd be great. I'm not sure of the exact distances in mind, but that if you look where that small triangle is, right where that says Google Maps right there, and you go clear up to the airport, that's a distance of over a mile. And so we're really not talking, we're talking about a half mile to the Job Corps Center and then another half mile into the airport. It's a little bit more than 100 feet. I also would like to point out, I think that we drew the major efforts of the boundary for House District 33 in this area were drawn 10 years ago when there was a housing district there. It was Native American sponsored and provided. And so that boundary came about. It's not recent. It's at least a decade old. This area has traditionally been in House District 34, which would be Representative Ottman's district. The fix to bring it, to leave that there would be to go probably back over to the eastern side of Riverton and accommodate back and forth there, which would create one more split ballot. It would go, as I understand, from 2 to 3. And then if you were to try to accommodate something with respect to Missouri Valley and a split in that area, that would be further complicating. I also would like to say, I think that in working the numbers, as you take people out of 34 and put them in the basin, it isn't, you can do that for a very short amount of time, then you actually have to make adjustments to the boundaries between 34 and 33, and that affects this Native American representation that we've been working so hard to protect. And it also causes, of course, a ripple effect with the other House districts. So it's not as simple as it seems. We were trying to do it for 700 people. I don't know if it's simpler for 300 people, but I do know that there would be 300 very upset people in Missouri Valley if we tried to do that. And I hope we wouldn't. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My friends in Fremont County may want to respond to what I just said.
Let me see if there's any hands. Anybody else in the audience here want to talk about Region 4, Fremont County? Spent a lot of time on it. I think we'll spend some more time on it. Representative Yen, you have a question?
Mr. Chairman, just very briefly, you know, I don't want to get in a back and forth, but I just want to say that I do support the Voting Rights Act, and there were real issues with voting representation and voting rights that it responded to. And I think that we as a state should support it.
All right, is anything else from Region 4? Senator. Let me scan real fast. If anybody else, in terms of Oakley, Representative Ottman, Ms. Freese. I'm not seeing any on my screen. All right, let's move on. Let's see, let's take a break for 10 minutes, come back at 11. I'll get some exercise. So take a 10-minute recess. We'll come back at 11 to talk about Region 5. All right, committee, welcome back. It is now 11:08 and we've gotten up to Region 5, which is Sheridan and Johnson County. I know Representative Kinner is in appropriations, and so on short notice, we have grabbed Representative Crago from Johnson County to present the Region 5 plan. Representative Crago, are you available?
I am, Mr. Chairman.
The floor
Can
is
you hear me all
yours.
right?
Yep.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee.
And I believe we've screen shared the map. You can see that as well, Representative Crago.
So Mr. Chairman, I'm having a few technical difficulties here on my system. Give me just a second to get
Sure.
my, I may have to read. Yeah, I can.
Sure, if you need to reload, we'll look at Sheridan and Johnson counties without you for a couple minutes and whatever you need to do. So maybe Mr. Swank, if you want to zoom into the city of Sheridan. Again, committee Region 5 is Sheridan and Johnson counties. I'd remind the committee that from the plan we're working on, that it is 4 House seats and 2 Senate seats, similar to what we have now for the past 10 years. There was some growth in that purple region, which has necessitated some changes to the map, as well as the region that Representative Crago, House District 40, represents, did shrink some. And so we have to enlarge the Johnson County area into Sheridan County. And so as you can see from the map, and I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth, but the Sheridan area, I believe, tried to put more of the city limits into their House district. To do so, it did necessitate some changes that added House District 40, that red district, into closer into the east side of I-90. You'll remember historically for the last 10 years, House District 40 has just been the Arvada, Claremont, further east in Sheridan County area. And so due to the loss of population in Johnson County and the current District 40, they've grown that red district almost within 5 miles of the city of Sheridan. And a lot of the changes, as you can see, have been either to the precincts right in southwestern Sheridan. Maybe Mr. Swank, you can zoom in a little more on the Sheridan area proper in the southwest. Yep.
I did want to remind the committee that you should have received a letter from Senator Kinski that outlined kind of all their criteria and everything that they did to go into this plan. I just wanted to remind you that.
You can come up, Ms. Simmons. You're going to speak. I'm going to give it another 30 seconds to see if Representative Crago can jump back on here. There he is.
I'm back, Mr. Chairman.
It's all you.
All right, thank you. And I missed whatever you said while I was gone, Mr. Chairman. I apologize. I was having feedback and was hearing myself talk, which is never a good thing. So just to give a little bit of background, and I caught just the very end of what you were saying, but essentially what happened through the census is House District 40 lost a fairly large portion of their population. All the other districts within Johnson and Sheridan counties grew, and especially House District 51. It had well over 1,000 people over the allowed deviation. And I think House District 40, which is my district, was under by a little over 300 people total from where we needed to be. And so we as a delegation got together several times, met with our county clerks. We had a public forum, allowed people to come talk to us about it. Anyways, what we were trying to figure out is how to equalize that population really between 51 and 40. The other two districts, 29 and 30, stayed fairly constant, were workable. And so we tossed around a bunch of different ways to make that happen. There's really 2 different options to make that happen. One was to transfer what we call the banner precinct in Sheridan County to House District 40 and join it with what I'm gonna call the Johnson County seat, which is where the hand is right there, where I suppose that's Mr. Swank that's running that. The other option was to put Story into House District 40, which would have taken that out of House District 51 and transferred that to House District 40. And ultimately, the group, the majority of the group, I guess is what I would say, agreed to transfer, for the purposes of our plan, proposed plan anyways, the Banner area to House District 40. And there's reasons to do both, whether it be Story or Banner. The nice thing about transferring the Banner is those people get to keep their same senator, whereas if we swap the other one, the Senate districts would change. But as it is now, 30 and 40 share the same senator, and so we would not be changing senators for those people that live within Banner. The other thing that this particular plan does, and what was really important, I think, to all of us as the delegation, was it helped to fix a bunch of ballot splits within Sheridan, within the county, and especially within the city of Sheridan. And so we didn't get them all fixed. There's still one or two left out there that just we can't get around. But most of the ballot splits were fixed, and I think that was really important for the clerk's office in Sheridan County. We didn't have any of those issues here in Johnson County. Really, the plan, none of the plans that we propose really affect Johnson County. Johnson County stays whole. It's just which additional people do we pick up in Sheridan County for House District 40. In the end, not all of the legislators agreed with this plan or supported the plan. The majority did, and so that's why we submitted it. I would expect you'll see a couple suggestions from some of our local legislators to maybe tweak or change the plan as we go along. They may submit their own alternate plans, but the majority of the people, the majority of the legislators of the House and the Senate agreed with the plan as submitted. And I'd be glad to answer any questions that the committee may have.
Questions, committee? Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to be consistent. They do border on the Bighorn Basin where we have the problem with population. So two questions for Representative Craigo. One, am I right in thinking that the distances across the Bighorns are such that even in good weather, there's not a tremendous interplay between you've got very separate communities on your east side of the Bighorns from the Bighorn Basin. And second, in the wintertime, how difficult is it to dependably get across those passes to go from Johnson County over to Washoe County or from Sheridan County over to Bighorn County?
Representative Craigo, how is your
Mr.
winter driving?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Scott. So I think the distances are, not terrible. They're doable, but I would tell you in the winter, it becomes very difficult. Often the roads are closed, whether it's over 14 or 16, those roads become difficult to travel. And I would say, it becomes less than ideal for us trying to get over the top to go meet with constituents if we're going to, for example, Tinsley or Hyattville, or on the northern end if we're going over to Shell or Grable or whatnot. It becomes much more difficult for us as legislators to try to get over there and meet with those people, or vice versa. If they're trying to come, say I hold a town hall in Buffalo for all of the district to come meet with me or ask me questions, it becomes difficult for them to get over the mountain to do it. Now, in all honesty, is it possible? Yeah, I mean, we drive over for sports all the time. I follow my kids over to watch basketball. Is it doable? Yes. Is it ideal? No.
And Representative Craigo, 14A is from like Lovell to Dayton is closed half the year, roughly.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. It's closed a good portion of the year. I don't know if the exact percentage, but it's closed often.
Other questions for Representative Craigo? Senator Scott, go ahead.
if we were to include the KC area in the Hot Springs County or Washakie County districts, that would, as I remember, there's about 400 people in that general area. What kind, the distances would be significant in terms of them getting to their representation out of Hot Springs County, wouldn't it, if we did that?
Representative Craigo?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Scott, that's correct. Essentially, you will be going all the way to Casper and then across 2026 to meet any of your, and then back up through conceivably Thermopolis or wherever that line would get drawn. I mean, we're talking hundreds of miles just to go meet with your rep. So yes, the distances would be extreme for that particular scenario. KC would not get to see their representatives very often.
Right, further questions, Representative Craigo? Not seeing any public comment on the Sheridan Johnson plan. Ms. Simmons, welcome.
Chairman, Gail Simmons, Sheridan County. I was at the public districting, and I just wanted to point out a couple things in support of this that I didn't hear being clarified. So the choice that Representative Craigo was talking about in order to shift the numbers was to either take what we call prairie dog, which is the one along 14. That one right there. So that is the main road to get from Sheridan over to Claremont, which is to the right of the block where the arrow is. So, and Claremont, what we call UCLA, you cross Claremont, Leiter, and Arvada, are the current part of like 1/4 the geography of Sheridan County that are with Johnson County making up House District 40. So that choice on the road, which is has had growth because of subdivisions, but also is very much rural as you head east, actually kind of tends to gather around Prairie Dog and around Claremont, Ucross area. So there is some level of community of interest there. The other choice was to take Story, which does get the numbers, but there's no connection at all between Story and Johnson County in terms of the way in which people interact. All of Story goes to Sheridan to do their shopping, the cultural, everything. It's also in a part of one of the school districts that's there. So that was the choices that they were looking at. And so I just want to say that the 19-1 to House District 40 rather than 8-1 really is consistent with that. One of the concerns I had on the map that was provided by Senator Rothfuss is that it didn't take into account the fact that we have 3 school districts. And right now, all of school district number 1 is in that UCLA. So he had his where all of that was pulling into Sheridan County. That really needs to stay aside. If they have athletes that don't have a team, they go to Buffalo. They do not go to Sheridan in order to play. The remainder, you see the 202 going to House District 29. There was a finger of House 51, which has Bighorn, Ranchester, and Dayton that went all the way down to Main Street in Sheridan, which was crazy. So that one actually pulls that piece of Sheridan proper back in with the rest of Sheridan proper. And 3-3, I can't remember what that did, but that was a cleanup as well. So this really provides the both communities of interest, it does, and the distribution of numbers.
You think Sheridan County needs 3 school districts? You don't need to answer that.
I am not going to answer that, sir.
Senator Scott, go ahead.
Chairman, the Banner area that they did put into the Johnson County District to get the numbers up. Am I right in thinking that the people who live there do have more connection with Buffalo than the other options that they looked at?
Mr. Chairman, Senator
go ahead.
Scott, no. The folks, the connections with Buffalo are almost all on the east side of Sheridan, not on that west side of 25. Or is it
Primarily
90?
because of you
90.
cross Arvada Claremont Lighter. That road is from Buffalo up there is clearer. and
Exactly.
That school district, that's a separate school district then where Banner and Story are that wrap around
That's
through
correct.
Bighorn.
That's correct.
Senator Scott,
So is Banner a better choice than going to Story to get the numbers, to get the balance right? You're going to, sounds to me like you're going to do
Oh.
one of the two things.
So
opinion, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I get it. So Banner, sorry, I misunderstood you. Physically, Banner is very close to Story. You have to drive through Banner to get to Story. We call that Prairie Dog. So yes, Prairie Dog is much closer to Johnson County than Story is in terms of interactions, relationships.
Mr. Chairman, that's what I was trying to get at. I think she misunderstood the
I did.
question the first time.
Questions from Ms. Sim? Seeing none, thanks. Other comment on Region 5, Sheridan Johnson County from the audience? Anyone online? Let me check real fast. That was quick and easy. All right, with that, we'll move on to Region 6, known as the Northeast. Senator Driscoll, are you presenting on Northeastern Wyoming to kick us off?
I can, or our commissioners, or whoever, would you get folks just soon I did it, or would you? Okay.
I think, how about you kick
I'll
off a
proceed
plan?
with
and
it, and it's pretty short, pretty fast.
I'll hold you to that.
Well, we have a split in 6. We'll just say it up front, is between Campbell County and Crook and Weston. So Region 6 obviously is Crook, Campbell, Weston. And we held a number of meetings with commissioners, clerks, legislators, and long and short in the end, we couldn't reach an agreement between them. So the committee's going to get numbers of plans. Speaker Barlow sitting out with another plan. There may be some others out there. The plan that we put together 10 years ago, back to it, Weston County was the brunt. We were the last district to go, and Weston County got cut into pieces. Fortunately, Representative Hunt was already in, and he managed to hold on to his seat to the very end on it. And at this point in time, Weston has no senator or representative within its county. So we had promised them that we'd put Weston County back together. I can tell you, everyone, it's the same as all testimony you've heard all morning, is every county is desperate to have at least one representative, if not more. And they want everybody they can within their county. For all 5 regions we've heard ahead of us, we've heard the same thoughts over and over, is we want our people to be cut up as little as possible. We want reps. I fully understand that. The way it really lays out in our district is there is room with just a few extras over the variance between Campbell, Crook, and Weston to have 3 senators and 6 reps. So if you look at it that way, Campbell County is at 4.8 or 4.9 representatives. So they've got almost an extra one. Weston County is at 0.7 of a rep. And Crook County is at 0.75 of a rep. And my proposal, and it goes back to, I can pick up the rules of our principles, and they're really there. And it's we're very clear, and the Constitution's clear in Wyoming, that every county should try to have one. I realize the Voter Rights Act invalidated our Constitution to some degree. That does not mean we shouldn't still follow what parts of it we can. And it was very clear that the founders wanted every county to have representation. So what my plan does is leaves Crook County with one representative, and it takes, Mr. Swank could tell us, but another 2,000 and some people out of Campbell County to make a full House seat. And I believe around 2,400 out of Weston County into Campbell County to make a House seat. So what that amounts to is Campbell County would actually have 6 House seats. They wouldn't have 5, but they'd only have a minority in 2 of the seats. They'd have 4 full House seats. That map you see drawn is only because they would not participate with us. Weston County or Campbell County would not help me draw maps. So I drew one that, as far as I'm concerned, should they choose the plan that leaves Crook and Weston whole, we are amicable to Campbell County cutting however they want. And it gets really hard. And then we run into this in all these districts. If you go into rural areas, Campbell County, it takes half of the land mass of the county. If you go down the interstate and go into town, and I've drawn maps that are even tighter, you can get it where it's not very much. Just depends on how they wanted to do it. But the real rub is, and we said this at the very first meeting we had in Sundance, and by the way, we've had multiple meetings. There's just no easy way to come to an agreement on the thing. And we're seeing this in other regions, is everybody wants all the reps they can have in there. And the real question is does 0.84 or 0.9 for an extra rep trump 0.7 and takes one away from the county? And for my end, I'm pretty clear about it, is for all of these plans we do, I will do everything in my power to try to make it wherever practical and possible, that every county has a representative of some kind that lives within their boundaries. And I think that's a issue of fairness. When we get to policy issues statewide, doesn't really matter how your representative, he's voting for the entire state. The one that really matters is when we get down to money issues, and I'm looking at county commissioners, and when you don't have somebody at the table to fight for your part of the budget or what goes on, or you've got someone that's a portion of one, it gets a lot tougher. And I can tell you, every argument you can take, you can tip over. Is, you're taking towns out of other counties, you're doing things. I really feel like Weston County has taken the brunt of this for a decade. And I don't think it's fair for them to do it for another decade. So, my plea is this works. It takes about 4,000 some people out of Campbell County. That's what it takes out. And it leaves 2 counties being able to have their representation. So that's the way the plan lays. And I'll just leave it at that, but you don't have to look at any visuals in Campbell County for either Crook or Weston, because should this plan go through, we'll go right back to their representatives, senators, and clerks, and they'll be able to draw however they want within their county. I have no interest in telling Campbell County how they should have their district, that part of it lay within there. So they'd end up with 2 House districts that amounts to 4,500 votes or so should you adopt this plan. Stand for questions.
And so for Crook to be one district, it would need about 2,000 people, and Weston would need about 2,500 people to not be divided. Assumably Crook they'd both cut through Campbell under the current regional plan and not go further south, but each of those 2 counties needs roughly 2,000 to 2,500 to be a complete House seat. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, it is. And back to going south, and it's here nor there. But to the best of my knowledge, there's been no meetings held with the South to decide whether they went. And I can tell you informally, my phone may light up here, but the polling I did into Niobrara County early, which I used to represent them before the last redistricting, the people in Niobrara made it fairly clear to me that they just as soon say south as go north. And I can't speak totally for them. It's obviously people I knew in the counties, but the people I talked to, their preference was to stay south at that time. And to my knowledge, there's been no public meetings held to ask them whether they want to be north or south. They assumed that they were in with that southern part of the redistricting.
Senator Scott, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, and let me give you an analysis and see if Senator Driscoll agrees with it. It looks to me like your plan, you'll have a House district, you'll have 4 House districts that Campbell County clearly dominates. They'll be entirely within Campbell County. You'll have 1 House district that Crook County will dominate. They're a unified community, but the Moorcroft area does have a fair amount in common with adjacent areas in Campbell County. But there likely to be a representative who actually lives in Crook County and is accessible to the members of that community. And the same thing with Weston County, that there be a representative that's in Weston County, that probably lives in Weston County, has, so the people there have access to a member of the House. It looks to me like when you combine those two for a Senate district, that the dynamics are that nobody's got a majority of the Senate district. And if any 2 of the 3 communities gang up on the third one, they will predominate. And each community is kind of a swing community. And the senator will be under tremendous pressure to try to represent all 3 as best candidates. And may come from any part of the district. Is that a correct analysis of what's going on here? Go ahead, Senator Driscoll.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Scott, absolutely. It's what I do right now, is I represent all 3 currently. I understand how it works. I totally get it. We have not cut up the Senate districts yet, and theoretically, you could have a Senate district that was Crook County in with one of the Campbell County ones. That's why I didn't want to go down that route, but for right now, it is not quite equal thirds doing it that way. And it really does is, in theory, and it's exactly turning the tables back to what we've heard the other way. Someone could come out of any of the 3 counties and do it if they're truly a good leader and they're well-known in the communities. And these are all ties across the boundary, by the way. Crook County, and I don't know what's happened since the COVID, Crook County has about 700 jobs a day that drive to Gillette. It's pretty interesting. It's our best jobs, and they drive into Campbell County. You'll find the same in Weston County. The coal mines lay across the boundary. And so these 3 counties are linked very well. And interestingly enough, it's north and south how they're linked. Is Crook County's got Keyhole Reservoir and a bunch of jobs, and they're linked pretty closely into that part. I'm good friends with a lot of those people. Southern Weston County and Southern Campbell County have a lot in common. And I think there's some real reasons to lay this district out this way. It's a common sense way to do it. Is it the way anyone wants it? Absolutely. No, we just got done with that with Fremont County, and we talked about with other counties, there's winners and losers, but this is by far the fairest plan that I've seen. That's fair to all 3 counties.
Senator Scott.
As I recall, well, I have the figures from the regional plan we adopted, that to make it work with the numbers, going to have to have about 500 people, 474, from this 3-county region go into the region immediately south of it, so that you don't have too many people. You could theoretically put some of them into the Johnson County district, I suppose. But it would, just from the pure numbers, it would look like going to the region immediately south, which is within the deviation, but on the lower side of things. would work. Is there a fair amount in common between Converse County and Southern Campbell County?
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Driscoll, if you want to answer it.
Scott, well, I'm going to let people that actually represent it do it because I don't live there. But I will make a comment as far as 477. If you take all of the seats and move them just a tiny bit over, you're going to be at 5 point, really a small amount over the deviation, which we've talked about that at previous meetings. If we're going to do the basin, I think you literally can say, look, for 477, our Constitution really does. It talks about county representation. And I get that the Voter Rights Act got tipped over in court, but that does not invalidate our Constitution. What it says is we've got to fall within the deal. And I think there's a reason to say, look, let's pick a 150, you know what, we actually have 6 House seats. So 6 House seats with 477, what's it amount to? 80 people per seat that you're over. So I think there's some reason to look at it.
Mr. Chairman. And this is something we'll need to have the real lawyers in the committee think about. And the lawyers in the LSO think about.
Well, we got one. Don't forget you said real.
And I meant real. But Mr. Chairman, it looks to me like we've got just an impossible situation with the Bighorn County and with the Bighorn Basin. And if we want to avoid disenfranchising a bunch of people in either Teton or Fremont or Natrona County or Sheridan and Johnson counties to make the numbers work, that's what the one man, one vote principle strictly applied would do there. In this case, and I think we're going to need to go there and try to persuade a court that deviation from the population equality, which is a fundamental right, is justified in terms of getting people effective representation, as Representative Greer was talking about. In this case, it would be a convenience not to come across the county line, but it doesn't have the kind of drastic effects. And my guess is that we're at better chance of succeeding with the courts if we violate the one man, one vote only where there are major consequences for the quality of representation people get. And in this case, we've had part of Converse County represented by somebody from Campbell County for the past 10 years. If we go a bit the other way because the populations have shifted, I don't think we get into we reach the kind of fundamental level of difficulty that we do in the basin. And I think we're better off being strict on the population where we possibly can without just crazy results. So that's why I'm exploring moving some population from what looks to me like a very similar area in Campbell County to Converse County districts.
So I don't want to put words in your mouth, but adding on to that, right now, the basin plan we're going to get to draws at negative 6.5. This plan, without going outside these 3 county regions, I mean, puts at about above, what, 6.2? He's pulling it up for me now. 6 point at the highest. And so we will have some districts being drawn at -6 and one being drawn at +6, which puts us open to some litigation without further changes. And we can certainly talk about if that's what the committee wants to do and put forward. Certainly my first choice is to do all we can to try to draw a plan within that 5% deviation if possible, and if not, have it well reasoned and a pretty tight case why. So Representative Yen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe just for future conversations, the one man, one vote rule comes from an interpretation of the Equal Protection Clause from the 14th Amendment, not from the Voting Rights Act. So this has nothing to do with the Voting Rights Act. I just want to continue that for other conversation.
Senator Boner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just briefly, since they mentioned the region to the south, certainly we stand ready to work, especially, obviously with the northeast part of the state. That's been my position all along that, if we're going to help with no populated area, it has to be the northeast portions of, say, I don't know, Laramie County, just as a practical concern. Just point out in terms of difficulty, I guess, coming from my perspective, if you have a Senate district that goes from south of Chugwater up to the town of Wright, that does become quite unwieldy. You could probably say the same thing for so we just have to be careful about our ability to actually represent everybody in that district. And I certainly recognize there's not the geographical barriers that you think of in terms of a mountain range or whatever it may be, but there's also those practical concerns as far as getting from one place to the next and covering, in this case, 2 or 3 counties that are very geographically different and economically different, quite frankly. So just like to throw out there, we'll have that discussion. Looking forward to this committee's direction, because we do need direction at this meeting as far as how to proceed. But yes, it's true. Commerce County is very similar to Southern Campbell County. But once again, there's other considerations that we need to take into account.
You're agreeable to helping out the northeast part of the state, but not Laramie County, south of you?
I'm just pointing out, Mr. Chairman, I'm pointing out that we cannot possibly do both. And so that's all that I'm saying. And we've discussed options also when it comes to helping out Laramie County. And we could discuss that publicly if you'd like as well. But like I said, it would be even more absurd to have a Senate district that goes down to, exit 20 something in Laramie County and goes all the way up to town of Wright. That'd be even more ridiculous in terms of the outcome. But all options are on the table if we want to start, as we discuss, working together to achieve the best possible outcomes.
I like it when you're agreeable. Other comments on this specific plan in front of us? Commissioner Ertman or Wagner or Taylor, any public comment on this? For all 3 of you or one of you, or? We always like to see elected officials, especially when you drive 4.5 hours to
Tell
get
us
here.
how you feel.
We're just doing Weston County right now. Welcome. Commissioner Ertman, you're the chair right now of the Weston County Commission. Welcome. Floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, honored members of this committee, thank you very much. We come here today as a group because we did, as Senator Driscoll spoke of, I was there 10 years ago, and it was an interesting journey, and I learned some incredible things about people, about places, mostly about people. But nonetheless, we did. So we went through 10 years and we had a split. There were some interesting things that happened because of that. Let me tell you that there have been many bills that the 2 representatives voted opposite. So leaves us in an interesting place. And in this last session, there was a point where it was the money issue. So it was COVID money. And then there was the budget, and several amendments went this way with the 2. Eventually they did on the one vote together, but on the other one voted opposite. So that's an interesting thing, that a power line that divides our county would have a difference in budgetary considerations. Another thing that was interesting that happened to us too is that there was some misunderstandings, and we had people that were in the city of Newcastle putting up yard signs for a district that they weren't a part of. So what happens is then the clerk has to explain, you don't have that ballot. That ballot's not yours. And you don't get to vote for that person. And even though the answer was, but I have a yard sign. So there are some interesting things we would ask that we do stay whole. We like the idea that on the Senate side that it be an equal chance for 3. That would make it so that when the debate came down, we could ask equal questions, and it should be an interesting time. I'll allow the others to speak if they want to.
Sure, let me ask You have two different representatives and you have two different state senators representing Weston County, correct?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct.
But it's, so you have Senator Driscoll, Senator Steinmetz, and then Representative Williams and Representative Nyman. No,
Mr. Chairman, that is correct.
not one of those four currently lives in your county, I'm guessing.
Mr. Chairman, that is correct.
Drive through. I enjoy driving through Weston County. Commissioner Taylor, Wagner, further?
Mr. Chairman. And also by having that split, we had two different school districts in our county and they were on opposite sides of the line too. Point that out. The Upton to the Newcastle one.
Do you need two school districts in your county? Sorry, you don't need to answer that one. Everybody in the committee knows that I'm on this continuous push to reduce the number of school districts and sometimes counties depending. And so it's an ongoing joke. Commissioner Taylor?
Mr. Chair, thank you. I just want to say that Weston County, I've heard a lot of comments today. I'm a fairly new commissioner, so I've learned a lot just by listening to what you guys have said. And I've heard things like cut a piece of and take, and we have to, in my opinion, sorry if I offend anyone, we have to remember that these are people in a community. And I like some of the comments that Senator Scott said about we, as commissioners, I mean, we go to our local grocery store and we may be there to buy a loaf of bread and end up being there for 45 minutes listening to why certain situations need to be different. The problem with redistricting and cutting lines through the county lines is it takes away the accountability of a representative. It's harsh, it sounds harsh, it's not meant to be on purpose, but it does. The smaller portion's going to lose out every time. Even when it comes to reelection, any person, I mean, we base it on numbers and percentages. So, I mean, I'm here to represent Weston County and we need to keep the county whole. I think that they've earned it. That's all I have to say.
Let me throw a question to any one of the three of you then. So knowing that Weston County on its face is about 0.7 of a representative, is there an agreement among, let's say, the commissioners or your community where to draw into? I mean, is it Moorcroft? Is it Lusk? Is it Wright? Is there any, I mean, have you had those conversations knowing that you need 2,500 more? Is there an agreement or a, consent on where that should come from? Disregarding the other counties, I mean, what's the most like your county? Is it Moorcroft? Is it Lusk? Is it depending on where you are in Weston County? Thoughts on that?
Mr. Chairman, the map that was drawn by Senator Driscoll feels comfortable to us. If there's other members on this board that are here, including Alan Slagle, if he'd like to say something, I would be open to that. Thank you.
Mr. Slagle, if you have comments, go ahead.
Being Alan Slagle from Weston County, vice chair of the Republican Party there, but been to a lot of these meetings and and I've seen the plan change multiple times as we've had our region meetings, and I appreciated that idea from the Corporations Committee to begin with. This whole idea of regions figure out what works, and I think that's a good plan. And I think Senator Driscoll's plan here helps. I understand it isn't ideal for Campbell County because they're losing some of their people. But at the same time, I've seen other plans that came out where Weston County was again going to be split and we were going to be similar. One of the plans I saw was actually better than it is now because we were going to be split north and south like it presently is. So part would be with Crook County, part of us would be with southern Campbell County. The nice thing about that was the southern part of Weston County would actually have an opportunity to possibly have a representative, or the person from Campbell County would have an equal chance to get the position as representative. But I think this plan that Senator Driscoll has is probably the best one I've seen. And I just appreciate his work on that.
Ian, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Senator Rothfuss's map, his statewide map, he keeps Weston whole and he puts Sundance in with Weston. Do you have a preference between Campbell County being joined with Weston, parts of Campbell County being joined with Weston, or Sundance being joined with Weston?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Ian. A lot of people from Upton go and work in Sundance. That happens quite often. There is there's a highway that attaches the two. So that would be amicable.
Cool, go ahead.
I kicked pretty hard on that because you create the exact same problem as Weston. When you cut Crook in half, you have 7/10 of a person. You take any part of that count, you just cost them the ability to have someone in their area. So for me, that's the reason I did this way is if you gore the ox of either Crook or Weston, and that's what you do, it's painful because it means likely if Weston went up and picked up that part of Crook, you gotta keep in mind, that's going to be almost 3,000 people. Now Crook's not going to have a rep anymore. It's probably over with. Yes, Representative Nyman will have things to say about that as well. But really what I've done is tried to be as fair as we can so that every county gets a rep. Is Campbell's already got 4. I get it that they've got a big chunk of a 5th. But both Crook and Weston have a big chunk of one as well. And if we're going to do it, let's try to at least be somewhat fair about giving out the toys and leave it where everybody's got a chance. And that's really what this plan was. I realize how unpalatable it is, Campbell County. I really do. But in an issue of fairness, I've turned all of these over back and forth. And as you get to an issue, it's a matter of should one have an extra one at the expense of another one having none? My answer is always no. They should always have.
When you agree, Representative Yin, a question for the panel?
Sure, yeah. So, Mr. Chairman, and maybe this will be a question for whenever the representative from Crook County also comes out. So I believe in that map option where Sundance goes with Weston, the rest of Crook County is kind of a 50-50 split with Campbell. So it would still be a toss up on whoever their representative is on which county they come from. So I think that some feedback from whenever the legislators come to speak with us as well would be interesting.
I know Senator Rothfuss has left, but I do believe when I looked at his plan, it tried to do a 50-50 split for those areas. Other questions for the panel in front of us? Make sure there's none of the committee members online. All right. Thank you, commissioners, for coming all the way down, and Mr. Schlegel, certainly don't go away. We'll be doing this all day. Representative Nyman, come on down. Yep, thank you very much. And then Representative Williams, you're more than welcome to speak on this or wait till your region, but if you have thoughts, you're certainly welcome to come forward anytime. Representative Nyman, welcome.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, committee. I just am here to speak on behalf of my representation of Weston County currently. Just to relate to the committee that when I ran for office, that was probably one of the very first things that it was addressed to me when I was asked if I would be able to fulfill my obligations to Weston counties. Would I be able to have the time to get down there and to be their representative? And it's not like some of the other districts in the state. There's no question about that. It's about 75 miles from my house to Newcastle. And so, but there is a definite issue with being able to do exactly what the commissioner talked about, is being able to be caught in the local grocery store or anything in Newcastle, Upton, or Osage, or any of those other towns that I represent in Weston County. I think to me, and the opportunity right now is they want to be whole. If there's a way that they could possibly be whole and have representation, which they currently don't have, even with 4 representatives, they do not have a representative from their county. This would provide them a better opportunity, not a guarantee by any stretch, but this would provide them a better enhanced opportunity to be able to have local representation that they would have that access to, better access to. I personally believe, and there's probably some folks out there that would disagree, but I have made a very concerted effort to be available to and to try to represent Weston County to the best of my ability. But I think a person in that county would do them a far better job. I'm up here actually saying, get rid of my responsibility in Weston County, because I really do believe, and they've relayed this to me, that is exactly what they want. They want to have their own representative at all possible. And I think right now, I mean, granted, I can see this in my first time of watching a redistricting take place. Not everybody's going to win in this, but the reality of it is when we look at the opportunity right now, even with almost 3/4 of a representative in both of these counties, a little bit more from a county that already currently has 4 would be a wonderful opportunity to be able to provide both of those counties, and it would keep, in my mind, a good opportunity for rural representation. And I personally believe, and I think it would be the membership of my communities would really appreciate to keep that opportunity to have more of a rural representation in this northeast corner or throughout the state, because we do see our metropolitan areas increasing. That's just the reality of where we're at. And so I look at this as an opportunity to be able to use some of those folks that I think do share, without question, a community of interest, because the folks that travel from Moorcroft that I represent go right over to Gillette, up and down that interstate. I've got a lot of ranch and agricultural producers in that area that would fit exactly in what Senator Driscoll, by the way, I appreciate his work on this. I think it was an opportunity to be able to take advantage of a situation where a county increased when we had others that either remained pretty stagnant or did decline. And this would provide an opportunity to be able to give those 2 counties representation at this time. So I think the community of interest is there. I think that the ability geographically to be able to do it, I'll be quite honest with you, it would be much easier for me to be able to get to the folks right over there off the side of Moorcroft than it is to run all the way down to Newcastle and to be down there and be available for those folks. So, and also for the representative potentially from Weston County, because those folks, as they said, do travel into that area to work at the mines, and agriculturally as well. The country is the same. And so I think there's an opportunity here if we can just look beyond some of the hard feelings and give these folks a chance to have a rep if it's possible, while still being able to retain representation. And I do believe it's just like me. I represent all of Crook County, but a portion of Weston County. I would represent all of Crook County if duly elected again, and a portion of Campbell County. So ultimately Campbell County would end up with, their 6 representatives, or that would be, I guess, to answer your question earlier, how do you have half a rep? Well, you got to cut a piece of one out of one county and one from the other county, and you get that rep. So I think it can be done. I think we can do a good job of representing these people. And I think now is the opportune time to do this. And I think it would solve multiple issues that have been hanging fire for a long time. And I do believe Weston County and Crook County could benefit from this and their representation here at the legislature. I would stand for any questions.
Senator Nethercott, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A question for you, Representative, if you know, or anyone else on the committee that might know. When and how frequently does anyone from Weston County run for the legislature?
I did from the legislature would be from Hans Hunt, that just got replaced. As far as running in this last election, there was nobody that ran against me from Weston County in this last one, because I think there was 2 candidates and they didn't see us need to do that, I guess, but I couldn't tell you beyond that.
Senator Nethercott, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And it's not necessarily relevant to Weston County, but it is a conversation I've heard also here in Laramie County. Oftentimes from constituents saying we want more representation, or we don't feel like we're adequately represented. Primarily looking at Laramie County, which is where we've heard this and where I'm notably from. And kind of the question I put back is, well, you could run, right? You just aren't satisfied necessarily with the representation that you currently have. And so is it really an issue of location of the districts, or is it really more of an issue of is the population from that particular area running and trying to represent their own area? So not necessarily for you or Weston County particularly, but as a statewide conversation, are we identifying the problem accurately from those constituents or not? I think really is the concern. And curiously, hearing the concerns from the Weston County folks and the divided votes that they have from their elected, it's interesting. Even all of us here in Laramie County vote very differently from each other, from the 5 senators to the 10 representatives, and getting a unanimous vote even amongst 5 senators is quite rare. So not unusual, even when you are entirely within a county.
Further question, Senator Scott?
I would be willing
Or
to
did you
give
have a-
you just a little bit of feedback on that. Thank you, Senator, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator Endicott, for that question. I think that's an awesome question because in my election from Weston County, there were just under 300 votes from the entire section that I represented down there. So it's a large landmass area that has a very small representation. So quite honestly, if they were to try to run somebody from Weston County against somebody in Crook County, they would have to have a really good reach into Crook County to be able to really have any kind of a return, because even if they got all of their county support right now, the way it's set, they would probably have a very difficult time of overcoming somebody from Crook County. And so I think it's a wonderful question. And I think it kind of speaks to the issue that they're talking about. It takes away because and when I hear it, I can almost feel it from behind me right now, because there's somebody's going to say, well, that's exactly what you're talking about doing to us. But I think what it does is it provides that county, like it's been said, and I really do believe it, as I've been in this process and understanding this more. County lines mean a lot. And I mean, even like in Laramie and all these different counties we're talking about, they want to try to have representation that there's something, it's like a little state within the states. And, they like to be able to have that representation. Well, if you've got a very small sliver of that state that'll never really be able to have the votes to really be able to put a candidate in, yeah, I can certainly understand that. And I can see what they would want to drive that and why that maybe they wouldn't even feel the candidate. I'll never get elected. They shouldn't say that about themselves, but that maybe potentially could be some of the attitude out there. Thank you for the question.
Thank you. Senator Scott, is it a question? Go ahead.
Chairman, we've been talking about quality of representation all morning. And I'm interested because Representative Nyman has the experience of trying to represent a community that is outside the normal community he deals with. Even though they may be somewhat similar in terms of what they do and the kind of people that you've got. Am I right in thinking that you feel that you can't represent the Weston County people quite as well because you don't, in the normal course of life, interact with them informally, run into them in the grocery store and whatnot, just not the way that the communities are structured up there? And in spite of your best efforts, that you feel that they'd be better off with one from their home community, which is their home county, because they would see him informally, where they don't see you as much because you don't live there. Is that a fair statement, or am I missing something here?
Is that fair, Senator Representative Nyman?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Scott, I believe that is fair, because I can give you case in point. I'm 75 miles from the county seat, to go to Weston County. I would love to be able to go to more of my myself as their representative, to go down and hear their views and their issues and things like that. But the only way I can really do it is if I time a meeting, and I've tried to do that. We'll make sure and go do town halls and provide opportunity to have access to the people, but you have to specifically specify a time, and that's hard to do when you're that far away. In reality, this is a citizen legislature. If I'm trying to calve or whatever, or make hay, and it's just hard. But if I'm around my community, I run over to my county courthouse to do my licensing and things like that. Or if I have an issue, I'm in Sundance. And when I'm in Sundance, I stop at the coffee shop right there, and I go over and people grab me and say, hey, what about this? If I'm at the feed store downtown, the locals grab me, they can say, hey, what's going on with the state legislature? And I think it's just a fact, as far as I'm concerned, you don't have as much accessibility to your representative. And I think that this opportunity we're discussing here and providing a legislator for that county would increase that. And I think it would thereby increase the opportunity for the citizens to be more integrally involved in their legislature.
Thanks, everybody. Any questions for Representative Nyman? Seeing none, Senator Steinmetz, you certainly do have part of Weston County, and then I know the Weston County Commissioners have some other comments they want to offer, but welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and just popped out of our meeting to come down and visit with you today. I too support Weston County and their desire ever since I've been traveling up to Weston County, which for me and being in the upper end of Goshen County, well, not upper, but at least middle, we're still an hour and 45 minutes away, almost 2 hours away. So I don't run into them in the grocery store and I don't interact on a daily basis. You know, I may travel more over to Douglas or some other places like that more than I get up to Newcastle for some reason. And I know that Representative Hunt was in the same boat coming down to Torrington. So it's more difficult for us. We've made a huge effort to do so. We really respect those folks up there and want to give them the best opportunity and the best representation we can get them. We'll miss them if they're not in my neck of the woods, but just stand in strong support of their desire to be made whole. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Questions for Senator Steinmetz? None. Thanks. How's appropriations going? Everybody wants money too, right? Representation and money.
Representation and money.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Driscoll.
did you bring any money home for Weston County before you leave?
I find that not germane to the discussion.
All right, Commissioner Erdman. Sure. Come on back.
Mr. Chairman, there seems to be somewhat of a misconception, but Representative Nyman doesn't represent Newcastle. So it makes an interesting thing that when he comes to the county commission, the seat of the county, he's not in his district. So if he wants to come to a county commissioner meeting, which that's not a problem. I'm not saying that, but we'd have to have both. So Representative, yep. So I just want to put that out, that coming to Newcastle is stepping out of his.
But a lot of the people from Osage, Upton regularly do business in Newcastle as well.
Correct.
So run into them.
Correct.
It's a popular center.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative. Other people to comment on the current, I'll just call it the Driscoll plan. I know we have other members of the region. Representative Barlow, now, do you want to present the Campbell County side of Region 6? I don't know what you're, we can do it after lunch if you'd rather do that. Committee, you got another 30 minutes? It probably would be 20 minutes, or do you want to do lunch now? You want to do lunch now? No, Senator's getting mixed signals from the committee. How about while we're on Region 6, if that's okay, Representative Barlow? That'll give us a lively discussion over the lunch hour to help us continue to formulate what might happen in Northeastern Wyoming. And Mr. Swank has pulled up Campbell, we'll just call it the Campbell County portion of the Region 6 plan. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. First of all, I want to thank you for your work. I'm, of course, joined here by President Dockstader, and we've been following your work and working with the chairman closely, and we appreciate there's a lot of effort going into this short timeline, and we do appreciate that. And I think I'm confident I speak for the president when I say that. I'd also like to extend my thanks and your thanks, I know, to our staff who is drafting maps and working on all those things that aren't being seen by the public right here. But that's what's being reflected on the screen, and that's what's reflected on our, excuse me, our redistricting memos and all the materials that are placed on our website. So a lot of folks are doing a lot of good work. And then the final group that I think that is there's a lot of folks, including our clerks, our county clerks, and citizens that are engaging throughout the state on this. And you're seeing some of that today. And I would imagine I can't see the YouTube feed, but folks are interested in what this is. So I'll make a couple comments. I think I'll start with a comment about the Region 6, the Region 6 issue. And you've heard some comments in the context of what you just heard from on Senator Driscoll's suggestion about, with 477 people, we're within the deviation. Well, we're within the 5%, but we're not close to ideal. We're 6 districts at 5% or greater. I want to be clear about that. And so when the district is, when you look at the region in itself, it's 5.8 plus in total. That's not 477 people. That's 3,000 some people. That's that much over for every district within that region. So that's the first thing. So when you tell a community to, okay, you divide up too many people evenly, and then you throw in some of and you've heard, and I used to live in Weston County, practiced veterinary medicine in Weston County and Campbell County and Northeast Wyoming for 20 years. Now live in Campbell County, represent another community and we can talk about distances people drive to the people they represent. I think I probably have everybody beat here except Senator Driscoll as far as the length of my district, my physical district, and getting there. So, I mean, so first of all, you give us the region is over to begin with, period. That's something we have to deal with. And carving out a southern part of Weston County, we heard they don't want any part of that, right? They want to stay whole. So then you come to Campbell County, that's your other choice to pair with the one to the south. Well, then you're talking about the community of Wright. The community of Wright is a community. It's a community of interest. It's closely knit. They do commerce together. They go to school together. They have a K-12 education system there, not a separate district. We're a unified district. If that helps anybody. But anyway, so when we start talking about communities of interest, now for the first 5 districts this morning, I heard everything that you needed to hear. We're trying to keep counties whole. And Campbell County, with the current population it has, 47,026 people, is 4.89 representatives. 4.89. Do the math. That puts if you did them evenly, that puts every district, House district, at 2.2 negative. So well within the range for the county to stay whole. Now I understand and respect that we were put in a region and the region is working within the region. As you know, there's other ideas about how you can regionalize. The reason that part of the reason why we maybe weren't given the same opportunity as a Laramie County or Natrona County is because we're an odd number. We're not a nested Senate because the Scott plan, for the term we're using, starts with the Senate basis. But we're not ever going to be 3 whole Senate seats in Campbell County. We're always going to be 2.5, just like we are now, although we share one with Crook County now, and we have part of one House district and Senate district that goes into Converse County. So first of all, we're given a region that's over, and it's not the 477. The 477 is important to me, and the 5% over plus is important to me because I think as you and the legislature has to deal with the entire map of the entire state, and we want to make an accommodation, and I think it's a genuine accommodation that I'm willing to make, and I think many of us are, for the Bighorn Basin to be -6. How do we go to the rest of the state, northeast corner, southeast corner, western side, et cetera, and say, okay, but you can go to 5+. And we can have multiple places where we press the courts. When I think about equitable representation, I'm trying to get to the ideal, not to the extent of the range and say we can beat them in the courts. We can make this work in the courts because I'm not redistricting for my seat or my representation. I'm representing for the 9,614 people that live in every one of these House districts and the twice that live in every Senate district. Now I understand that there are communities that give because they have too much population and communities that have to take some from somewhere because they don't have enough to have their own. And we have a couple of counties in this state that we know that they're going to be at 25 to 30%. And unfortunately are losing population. It's getting more challenging. To the good senator's point about, counties are important. Well, that's just a Title 18 thing. We can change counties. Might be as easy as changing school districts. And maybe we do them at the same time. But just in case we don't know what we're doing next interim. So, but to be serious about it, I do think if to make the case, we made the case, I heard the case made all morning. Counties are something important. Keep counties whole, et cetera, et cetera. I also don't have a problem, trying to help out your neighbors. Is the plan that Region 6 stays entirely its own the right one? I don't know. Campbell County already has a relationship because of a Senate seat with Crook County. We already have, and part of Weston, obviously. We already have a relationship with Converse County, which of course, both of those are currently into the subsequent southern region, the next region south. So we already have a relationship with at least two, actually three of the counties to the south of us. So it doesn't seem to me to be, we have to stretch that far to make the case. And the region to the south of us, by the way, is going to be on the negative end, to Senator Scott's point. They're all on the negative end. So my view is, and this is one starting with the regional issue. The regional issue is if -6 is going to be our low end, because we believe in the Bighorn Basin and we want to try to give them another decade of representation, then we should be cautious about the top end. That puts a bigger challenge on at least this region, Region 6, just to begin with as a starting point. And then how do we build those relationships? I can assure you, it's 135 miles from my front doorstep, which is not relevant to anything, but from my front doorstep to the Converse County courthouse, 135 miles. And I drive through 2 other people's districts to get there in 2.5 hours. I could do it all the way in only in my district, but it'd take me quite a bit longer because there's county roads to get there. So when we talk about now, what do I do to hopefully represent those folks as best I can for the last 9 years? I have 2 colleagues that live there and work there, and a county commission that I routinely communicate with. And I try to go to meetings and you try to do things that are in the community. When I practiced veterinary medicine, I was in the community, maybe some of them more than they wanted me there. Of course, they were paying me to be there, so it was good for me. But anyway, I mean, I get this challenge. 200 miles from the north, from tip to tip of my district, 200 miles. And if I drive it straight through, it's about 4 hours. If I try to drive it all in District 3, House District 3, which I currently represent, it's probably 6.5 hours. Lost Springs, if anybody knows where Lost Springs is, and it has a nice park and the bathrooms are always open and clean, is in House District 3. That's on the road between Warren Junction and Lusk. To be clear, I represent none of the city of Gillette. None of the city of Gillette. So when the folks before me were saying, you know, you're going to represent from the town, from the nidus, the majority of the population for a Crook County, or for a Weston County seat is going to be in Newcastle. And then we have a couple of smaller communities, Osage and Upton. And then you get to Campbell County. Folks, that's a long ways, 100 miles. I think it was 125 when I used to drive it when I practiced in Newcastle and went home to the ranch. So there's a distance, and you will have to almost have to have a piece of the city of Gillette paired with the Newcastle to get a district that doesn't go to the 5.8 or 5. So I get we're trying to solve problems here, not create new ones. And to the point about keeping counties whole and not having these thumbs and these other things out there, that's where we're at now. Is there another solution? Is there something different? There's been dozens of plans put out of the Northeast part. They almost always include some encroachment from in the south, whether it's putting Weston in its entirety with the Niobrara in its entirety. That gets very close to an ideal district, and it keeps both of them very close. Not an ideal district. It's within the deviation. It's within the deviation, close. So, and if we're going to make exceptions in the Bighorn Basin to keep geographic, maybe we make an exception for 2 counties who are, of course, contiguous, not just on a road, but actually contiguous with a border. So there's other ways that this can be looked at, I think. And like I said, I have no malice against Weston County, and I have a lot of good friends there, and Crook County both. I think that there may be other ways to approach this, but with the premise that House District 6, Region 6 is already 5.8 over, and that we don't have to adjust, at least have some discussion about that in the statewide issue, I think, and truly justify it. I think that's That's probably point number one. Point number two for the committee is, we can go back. We can go back and we can say, okay, we'll give you 5 options. We work with our colleagues to the south if they're willing to, and we try to come up with, some other adjustments to get to more equitable representation. Now, somebody talked about effective representation. I think that goes to Senator Nethercott's point. Who's running for election? Who's getting elected? That's a different issue. But equitable representation, that is something that hopefully every citizen, we give them a chance to make an impact in who represents them. Hopefully, if they elect folks that are effective, then they get representation they're happy with. Mr. Chairman, I'd be glad to stand for any questions.
And so one thing you didn't mention on this one, we haven't really talked about the plan submitted, but on the other plans that had Crook and Weston drawing into Campbell, the submissions from the next region, I'm not sure which one's the preferred plan, but the kind of east central region of the state, at least in 1 or 2 of their plans, does have another 400 to 500 people being cut out from southern Campbell to make that region work. And so in many of the plans I've seen, Campbell County gets cut into by Crook, by Weston, and by Converse to make other plans work. And so, I mean, for me personally, if Laramie County is being cut into by Albany, Platte, and Goshen, I think we've been in an uproar in our county saying that's just not right. And so I see it both ways like everyone else, but this, where the interlocking pieces are, I've yet to see a brilliant plan on how that all works. But did you want to talk any about that plan specifically? I understand. I just want to make sure your county clerk and several members of the party and your city council support this idea in Campbell County.
So, Mr. Chairman, so if you're asking about carving out a piece of the southern Campbell County to go with the district, I have attended, been before the city council or town council of Wright, the city council of Gillette, the county commission, the county Republican Party, and about 5 other organizations. And I don't think anybody is interested in giving up any part of Campbell County if we can justify within the deviation of -2.2 that Campbell County stays whole. If we're going to, then maybe it's the opposite way. Maybe actually we continue the relationships we have with a county to the south in that sense. So there is, I don't think, unless this committee directs us to go make a deal with a different county, Campbell County feels quite comfortable saying we are, we're comfortable being whole. Is there no other way to approach it? Well, maybe not. I would say that, the interesting thing about it in your, and I have it here, your principles, one of the, I think later it's in one of the footnotes, I think. It might be the second, it's in one of the footnotes. They talk about multi-member districts. And so sometimes I think if some of these communities that feel like they have a 0.7, a 0.2, a 0.5, a point, what's that? You get, maybe there's a place where a multi-member district is a part of that conversation. And I think this goes to Senator Nethercott's point about, who's running and do they feel like they have, and they can make the case. So if you take a Crook, Weston, and a north-south type multi-member district with 2 House seats, then all of a sudden it opens up lots of doors, I would respectfully suggest. Now, does it change how you pair the Senate seats? Probably, because you wouldn't want to pair Senate seats. The Senate seat would be part of the multi-member district, would be 1 Senate seat, not, probably crossways. So, but that's something that, the committee could approach as a alternative solution, if there's such a thing as a solution in redistricting to what you're hearing as some of the frustrations. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Scott, I just know you have a question. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, question for Mr. Speaker. You've mentioned multi-member districts, and I think I'm the only one here that had experience with being elected from multi-member district. Frankly, I think that for the larger communities, they make a lot of sense because they are unified communities. in the days when we had multiple member districts, typically the smaller counties were single member districts. And I think of Johnson County. It was its own district, didn't stretch as it now does a little into neighboring Sheridan County. And Sheridan had then 3 representatives at large. That would make sense to me. What I hear from the members of the House that I've talked to is that they don't like the idea of multiple member districts, in part because it will double the cost of campaigning, because the world has changed a bit and the medium that most people use that costs money in campaigning is mailings. And that's proportional to the number of voters you have, which is proportional to your population. And so the question I have for the speaker, Mr. Chairman, is does he think that under the current circumstances that there's any enthusiasm in the House for going back to a multiple member system?
Speaker Barlow, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Enthusiasm in the House. I don't even know if I've heard those 2 words used in the same sentence before. And I'm certainly in my 9th year, and there's maybe something yet to come, but I don't know that I've heard that before. So I would say, and I appreciate, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the senator, the longest serving senator in Wyoming's history, having that depth of knowledge. I appreciate it when I was co-chair with him on Labor, Health, and Social Services, being able to look back and understand that. I don't think anybody understands what that is except you, maybe, or maybe Senator Case, what it did, what it does. Now, and I'm not suggesting that Senator Case was here when we had Wyoming had multi-member districts. I'm just saying there aren't very many people that would remember that and know how that worked or what that did. I'm just saying that within your own guidance document, you throw out some other ideas that I'm just saying, well, if there's other ideas out there and we can solve some of these vexing, I would argue some of these are vexing type things, let's have the conversation. Now within a community, let's say Campbell County, within a county, could I go to our community and say, hey, let's just have multi-member district, 5 people. Now, then I think you start talking about, okay, we're gonna have an open primary, top 2, then we start talking about other issues, because there's other consequences to that as well. When you get into that, when you start talking about that, those are discussions you might get to tomorrow. Anyway, but I don't know that there's any enthusiasm, because I don't think anybody actually understands it. I don't know that the committee has the background as a committee to understand what the consequences would of that be or not. But I'm like I said, I'm just looking at principles laid out. I think Campbell County follows all those principles, the Campbell County whole plan, and there's some other opportunities maybe to help some of these other issues that we're hearing from. Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I might make a couple other suggestions. So Campbell County, when we did our plan, and there is a map, and literally the map to the west in Crook and Weston, we're like the center. We have no interest in telling them how they want to district themselves. No interest. Now, if they want to encroach on us, then we're going to have all the say. Not yet, because we haven't gone there yet. but I mean, my point is that, but we don't, how they want it, they can go vertically north and south and draw, become a Senate seat and 2 House seats and go north and south, 200 miles, 150 miles, however they want it. I do it. The Campbell County plan, and I want to say this because of the meetings that we've been having in our community, is our city council had first reading on adjusting its wards to align 3 wards with the current census numbers. The wards are just are 11,000 people approximately, which is just over than, obviously a little bigger than our House seats. So the plan you see, if you zoom in, and you certainly don't have to, Mr. Swain, the plan as you zoom in is basically the House seats are ward centric. So if you live in Ward 2, these are people that represent you in this, in the House, and there's a 90 or 85% possible chance that your representative is Representative X, because House District X is part of, it represents that ward. That was an alignment. So they're making those changes now. They have 3 readings, of course. First reading was last night, second reading, third reading by the first of the year. So by the time we have a plan coming out in our community, we will try to at least have that understanding of that, because that deals with ballot splits. That deals with all the other things that we're trying to have to make our elections understandable to the electorate and manageable to our clerks, to our elections officers. And so that is an effort that we're doing in our own community, absent what the legislature does. It's secondary. And then finally, the county commissioners will come back in and say, okay, we need to make adjustments to precincts because of, you know, incursions from other counties or because of the ward changes, et cetera. So there's kind of in Campbell County, we're taking it as a 3-part process. The city has initiated their part, legislature will be next, and then of course the last part will be the precincts and aligning those to whatever the final boundaries are. So thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to throw that out there, that we don't have any interest in dividing up other counties. We'll work with them if there's a opportunity to do so or a need to do so. But we're going to take care of our community, try to make it understandable for our own community. You'll see the plan right now, I-90, Union Chapel Road. I mean, these are major thoroughfares. People understand. Right now, it's, you know, a dividing line that goes, you know, through the middle of nowhere. Nobody lives. Nobody knows where the dividing line. If you're, you know, on one side of the road, you might be in the district that I represent. If you're around the corner, you might be in 2 others. I mean, so we're trying to actually, as a community, clean them up, if you will, you know, in those. Now, there is an alternate plan out there, and this was where we need guidance for this committee. If this committee wants the Campbell County to continue to work with somebody to have some kind of a different approach, and Campbell County cannot remain whole, then we're going to have to adjust, because that will affect how, where population is pulled from. It won't, the city wards aren't going to change. They're moving forward. What'll change is how we maybe do our districts within the county. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Scott, follow up, and then we'll go to Senator Case.
Mr. Chairman, and a further question for the speaker. You said, excuse me, that you don't, if you, well, you want to do Campbell County whole, and you let Crook and Weston handle their problem however they will. What I want is your perspective as speaker on how to handle Crook and Weston County, because together they have a population of 14,019 people. That is about a representative and a half. Since we can't go into Montana or South Dakota, the choices are they have to get whole figures. So they have to either get enough population to get 2 or shed enough population to have 1. So they're going to impinge on somebody. The only people they border on are Campbell County and Niobrara County. Niobrara County's only got 2,400 people in it. That doesn't solve the problem. If they went south through Niobrara County, they've got to go to Goshen and Platte or Converse. You can't get there just with Niobrara County. So they're almost forced to go to Campbell County. How do we deal? We've got to get a plan that works for everybody. How do we deal with those 2 counties if we don't have the districts that include them come into Campbell County? I don't see how we can do it.
Mr. Speaker, but I'd assume the map looks like it looks now, not too far off.
Mr. Chairman, so I've had numerous conversations with House members, including members of this committee, about, you know, how we have an approach that, and I think we heard it during district region 4, was you made the minimal amount of changes that you could. You just tweaked the edges. Now in Campbell County, we had 2 districts that grew. One grew 16%, one grew 20%. And then we had 3 districts that lost some population, not double digits, but 4, 6%, et cetera. So within Campbell County, we can just adjust the numbers, stay with our partnership to the south. Our communities to our neighbors to the east can do the same thing. So there's different approaches. And I understand what you're getting to. What you're trying to do is honor their request wholly, and it has to come at the expense of somebody. It has to come at the expense of somebody. My question is it only one way to have that expense? And I think we have, it's a competing interest. I get it. But I also think that in the statewide issue, so if you ask my opinion as a presiding officer and trying to get to the end, if the end is a defensible plan, and I told the good senator, I actually read the case, the Gorn v. Carpin case, read the entire case, read the second opinion, and actually the best part is the federal court, federal chief judge, I can't think of his name at the moment, but anyway, Bremer, the last paragraph of his, I guess, agreement to the plan works is probably one of the most profound things I've ever read. Except maybe no. So anyway, about what it means to have interest, equitable interest. And he said, you got the numbers right, but did you get the communities of interest right? Did you get some other things right? And he named off 3 things. And I can't recite them off the top of my head, and I can't pull it up quick enough. But, so I think that we can be challenged on the numbers, but there's other things that people can have frustrations with that are, that we're not even talking about at this point, I would say. So I get it. Ox getting gored. I've got yak. I got horned animals everywhere on my place. Someone's always getting gored, I can tell you. I know there's no perfect way. Is there a more equitable way? This committee gives us some guidance. We'll go do the work. I'll work with the communities that I have an interest with, already have a relationship with. We can work with the community that we have a relationship with now, and we can see if there's something that comes up. But I think I can make the case within the principles that we have before us, that this committee laid out, that Campbell County can stay whole and be within the guidance, well within the guidance. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Third time's a charm, Senator Scott.
Gorin v. Thompson, I believe it was.
Carpin.
Carpin decision. That turned on numbers. We were trying to give, the House had insisted that we keep all the counties whole. The numbers simply didn't work. And that turned on, the decision actually turned on the numbers. I think we need to be very clear about that. The subsequent ones did not wind up in that kind of court difficulty. Mr. Chairman, you say somebody's actually going to be gored, but in trying to do a whole plan, if you separate Campbell from Crook and Weston, they have 1.5 representatives. You cannot have a half of representative. You've got to get close to having a whole representative and enough population to justify it, or you lose the court decision for very good reason. You're way off on your equal population. So they've got to either come to Campbell County or go south through Niobrara County, and not just Niobrara County, but as much from other neighbors, Platte or Goshen, and you start getting very difficult district. That's where I have the trouble saying it just doesn't work mechanically, Mr. Chairman. If one way or another, we don't solve that 1.5 representative problem by going into Campbell County.
Mr. Chairman.
That was a good, yep.
Mr. Chairman, I would just respectfully say, take a look at House District 1 and 2 right now.
Got it. That looks what would happen if Campbell County stayed whole. Senator Case, go ahead.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think we should go to lunch. But I will say, I
made that offer.
wasn't here when multi-member districts happened, but I did come in with their demise. That opened up an opportunity for a lot of people to come in for the first time to the legislature. And we had a huge class. But multi-member districts had some positive things. One of which there were more minority representation, there were more female representation, and the representation of the legislature, if you sorted out the demographics, better matched the demographics of Wyoming as a whole. And I think that's actually been, at first that was just an assertion, and now it's actually been documented scholastically. So I hope we will keep the flame of multi-member districts alive, because I think they will do a better job of representing some areas. And while it's with the mailing costs, I understand the issues there. The truth is they're less confrontational, they're more collaborative, and it makes it easier for people to run when you don't have to do the head-to-head butts that you have to do with single member districts. So I just want to keep the flame alive. It works very well for Fremont County. We had Scotty Ratliff, lots of Democratic representation, just a good collegial environment, which came about because of multi-member districts. Thank you.
And not related to Region 6, but I know Laramie County, we had the conversation among our legislative delegation on what it would look like for multi-member districts with 10 House seats, and thought that would be difficult unless part of the city districts were and the county districts weren't. And we ultimately decided maybe to put that in the back burner in our county. I know Albany County, their public meeting talked about what that might look like with 4 reps throughout the county, and they did not seem to get a warm reception, at least from the meeting I was at. If there's any place I thought Albany County would be the place with that'd be agreeable, and they didn't seem to be warm to that idea at this time. So further questions for Representative Barlow?
Mr. Chairman,
Yep.
so on the
Go ahead.
multi-member district, I think if you want to take that approach is something that a region is interested in, that maybe we can. And quite honestly, I could go home to my community and say, look, if it's good for our neighbors, maybe we should give it a try too, and try to make that case. I'm not unwilling to, figure out those type of things. I do have to say though, to the Senator, my ex-co-chair and the longest serving member, is the cost of mailing. we just won't mail as much. The honest thing is that when you have multi-member districts and you have bigger districts, senators are already mailing twice as much as a House member. There's already these, scales of things, or we'll be just twice as conservative and mail out half as much. I don't know. But anyway, is it lunchtime, Mr. Chairman? Thank you.
All right, so how about, I know there are some people here to talk about Region 6 that we haven't got to yet, but if that's the committee's will. Okay, so let's break the lunch till, even if I say 1:45, it's going to be 2. So let's say 2 o'clock in the seats, ready to go at 2 o'clock. Unless anyone online, representatives, nope.
Promise will adjourn by 8 o'clock tonight.
Not promising anything. All right, we'll see you all back here at 2 o'clock. Enjoy lunch.